Trinidad and Tobago that they have torn on the screws as well. This one is nicely bowled outside the off stump, left alone into the keeper's glove.
The pitch itself as well, Kenroy, seemed to be a good one. Seemed to have good pace, good carry to the wicketkeeper so far. So maybe that is also contributing to the stroke play that we are seeing so far from the Guyanese batters.
Well, that's healthy for the cricket. Good assistance to the fast bowlers. Good true wicket for the batters. You can play your shots. The outfield gives you the support as well. The ball runs across the outfield as quickly as possible. Dindal is behind off that compact. Seeing that I'm like a brick wall here today.
Brick wall indeed. I think I prefer to see this line and length though from Ali. He's a tall bowler, good smooth action as well. Does get the ball to move away from the right-hander. So I think the first two deliveries of this over is in line with what we should be expecting from him on a more consistent basis.
Short delivery pulled in the air, not in full control of that one. Bouncing one time to the man at fine leg, and he picks up another single. But was in a little bit of trouble there.
Yes, a change of length there from Ali. Bending his back a bit more. Kind of rushed Dindal on that occasion, not executing the pull shot as he did earlier in his innings. But thankfully for him, he didn't time it enough to get to the man there at fine leg.
So Trinidad and Tobago, 3.4 points coming into this tournament, coming to this fourth round of matches. Ramnath just playing that softly to the man at backward point. Barbados, 6.2 points. Jamaica, 15.4, the tournament leaders. Guyana, 4.8, sorry. Leeward Islands, 6.6. And the Windward Islands are 12.4.
The Jamaicans, they've been impressive so far in the tournament. That's a big encounter at the Sinai playing field between Jamaica and Windward Islands, two of the leading teams in the tournament so far.
That's an awful delivery by Ali. I think he tried to change his pace, a slower delivery, and no ball signal by the umpire. Free hit on offer.
Maybe just the type of gift, really, that Ramnath needs to just kickstart his innings. Hasn't been the most fluent so far. But India has done most of the scoring. So a free hit opportunity for him here.
Well, he gets to free his arms. And that he did. Excellent shot. Over mid-on. 1, 2, 3 bounce into the fence. 4 runs to Ramnath. 4 runs to Guyana.
Yes, another slow delivery attempted there by Ali. And Ramnath just powering this one really through the mid-on region, a wildish mid-on region for another boundary.
So, big matchup between Jamaica and Windward at Sion Hill. Trinidad and Guyana doing battle here. And Barbados and the Leeward Islands will be battling as well. 3 games on hand this morning. There's a loud appeal. He went for that outside the off stump, but not out says the umpire. That brings over number 6 to an end. And Guyana, after winning the toss and electing to bat, they are 34 for 1. 34 for 1, 6 overs completed.
Yes, they're scoring at a relatively healthy rate. Just over 5 runs per over. Both of these batters looking reasonably assured in the wicket so far. Just continue to pile on the runs here after taking that decision to bat first.
Well, these 2 batsmen from Guyana, Dindal and Ramnath, they are doing some repair work for their team after losing that wicket early in the innings. A brilliant catch as I described it before at Gully. As the sun comes out in all its glory.
Yes, we had some overnight showers. It's good to see the sunshine coming through. So far in the tournament, we haven't had the blessings of the sunshine always. But today seems to be one of those days where the sun will actually dominate most of the day's play.
Well,
at least that is what I'm hoping.
we are blessed with the sun today. It's shining on everyone. It is shining on everyone. It's just that who's going to use it to the best of their abilities today? Guyana or Trinidad?
I actually think it was a rather brave decision from Guyana to bat first, considering the conditions at the start of play.
Well,
Most of the teams at the Annisville playing field here, they normally bowl first.
Guyana coming off a win boosts their confidence, and Trinidad and Tobago, who has not been playing cricket as they normally would have been playing, they have really been struggling in this tournament. Guyana saying, listen, I'm going to take the bull by his horn today and bat and put a total on the board and put you, Trinidad, under pressure. Dindal and Ramnath are at the crease. They have lost one wicket, but they're still on course to do something like that. This one is a good delivery outside the off stump into the keeper's glove.
That's kind of, I think the Trinidad and Tobago's batting has been the problem for them. Even in the last year's 3-day tournament, their batting really never really stood out. Wasn't able to pile on any sort of scores that put pressure on the opposition. And at the start of this tournament again, we are seeing the batting frailties manifesting themselves.
Well, Trinidad and Tobago, a pretty good bowling team. But as you mentioned, the batting have been struggling. This one beats Dindal outside the off stump, and a no ball signal by umpire about that critical mistake. Free hit signal there by umpire Abbott. So another free hit on offer.
I think the issue is the position of the man there at deep square leg, along with the other fielders behind the wicket actually.
Yes, he has to be in front of the crease, not behind. There are two persons behind that crease, that's short leg and that man at fine leg. He has to be in front of the crease. So that's an illegal delivery being bowled there.
Yeah, good spot there from umpire Bernard Joseph, sorry.
So they're still with this field with a new ball. 5 men on the onside. Free hit on offer here to Dindal. Oh, down the track, missing everything. Dindal.
It's just losing his shape a bit there. I think a better option would have been to just stand his ground and maybe punch that one through the offside. There's a lot of acreage there on the offside. As we mentioned, it's an onside dominated field at this point in time.
Yes. Trinidad and Tobago looking for their second wicket. But these two batsmen have played positively thus far. Both of them have been given chances live. This one is pitched up. So a ding-dong battle would be at Sion Hill playing field. One is here between Guyana and Trinidad at the main Annisville playing field. And the other game between Barbados and the Leeward Islands. Both teams on 6 points, 6.2 and 6.6. They would be at Park Hill. Unfortunately for the Windward Islands, they were on track for a victory, but the weather intervened. They had to settle for a point from that game. But I'm very much impressed in the way that Jamaica and Windwarders have gone through the tournament so far. They have played some good cricket, and I hope that this game would actually live up to its potential.
Very much so. Two of the more consistent teams in the tournament, as you would have mentioned before. Both teams being able to put together a more an all-round performance in most of their games in terms of their batting and their bowling. Seen the likes of Jamaica having a player like Jordan Johnson leading from the front, a couple of half centuries in the tournament so far. Windward Islands, the like of Tariq Edwards, even the captain Pascal. These players have stepped up at various points in time, and that is what we want to see really in terms of the senior players, the more experienced players who have played for the West Indies under 19 team. These are the type of players we want to see step up in this tournament and make their mark.
Well, we've been hearing these names for a pretty long time now, 2-3 years. And as you said, I think it's time enough that they get those performances in for their teams so that they could understand their rules and functions You need to get those things right. So the first change of bowling in this game this morning, left arm spinner, he's bowling around the wicket. There's a slip, a backward point, a cover, short extra cover mid off. First delivery. Ramba ran, left arm, backward end he's bowling from. Ramba ran around the wicket. This one is swept to the man at square leg, deep square leg. Some good connection on that one.
Yes, it's a key point of the game here in terms of the spinner coming on. Guyanese players, they should be used to the spin as well. They should be good players of spin. Traditionally, that is. Likes of Sav and Shandapal and these guys, they really played spin very well. So it will be interesting to see the Trinidad and Tobago spinners versus the Guyanese batters at this point in time.
He said it. He said the word. Traditionally, these teams are known for a lot of spinners. The batsmen bat spin very well over the years. But we have seen these teams collapsing to spinners during these tournaments. Total different contrast to the years before. And in the years before, we could not have seen a spin bowler bowling this early in West Indies cricket. Would have been a full prong pace attack. But the spinners have dominated over the years and they have taken over basically, not producing those fast bowlers as we used to yesteryear.
Looking at the Trinidad and Tobago team, I think the only other seamer they have would be James, Orlando James. He's also a right medium pacer. They mostly spin bowling options we'll see from here on.
He's bowling? Oh my God, I thought that one went to bottom pad. But it's straight back to the bowler. Got a little excited there. From my vantage point. 36 for 1. Short and punch to covers. Half stopped. Would it come over the rope? Does it? Barely there's a fight between the ball and the fielder. Just stopped inside. Umpire still inquiring as to if it hits the rope. 2 more runs to Guyana. The first over of spin comes to an end. Guyana versus Trinidad here at Annisville playing field. Just reminding you that you're looking at West Indies under 19 cricket. Rising Stars been played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The gem of the Antilles.
Yes, that last delivery, giving the batter there, then a bit of room, Rambaran. Went back and punched it nicely. Half stop there in the covers. I think they were a bit of disappointing running as well. That went pretty close to the boundary. Should have maybe got 3 runs on that occasion.
Yes, should have been running harder than that, really. It's a big field. The boundaries are pretty much long here at Annisville, and you were playing at the end, second to last pitch on the right side. So that boundary is pretty much a long one, about 74 yards or so. So, and the outfield is not as fast as it normally would be because of the showers and so on overnight and during the tournament. So you need to run that first run hard and look for every opportunity to get that second and third run.
We were speaking about the bowling options of Trinidad and Tobago. Appears Juman is another seamer. So I mentioned James, and now we are seeing Juman as well.
Well, Trinidad have reverted to the traditional way of field setting. This one is a first delivery. Just squeeze out to the covers. Picks up another single, Ramnath.
Looking at the Trinidad and Tobago team, Kendrick, is an interesting one here. As I'm looking and seeing Vasan Singh, the leg spinner. We've seen quite a bit of him last year in the tournament. He's a very good leg spinner. He's out. And also Nick Ramlal, who's also a spinning option as well. Not too sure what is the situation, if it's injury or form, whatever the situation may have been. But those are 2 big misses here for Trinidad and Tobago in terms of their bowling attack.
Well, we don't know the reasons as to why they were left out. Probably not effective enough. Coaches and management team deciding that we need to do something different. We have lost the first 3 games, so we need to try a different combination as well. Could be many factors.
Very much so. So hence we're seeing this third seamer coming in. Normally you would already have the spinners in operation in tandem. So it's all to play for really. Yeah, the Annisville playing field.
Well, they need a win. Guyana boosts their confidence in the last game right here at Annisville. This one is a lovely delivery outside the off stump into the keeper's glove.
But so far, the wicket itself, it has offered a bit of pace, a bit of bounce, some movement as well for the seamers. So I'm not sure if that was part of the planning of the management team in terms of including an extra seamer to take advantage of the conditions here at the Annisville playing field.
Well, at Annisville, the wicket always gives you assistance. You have the sideways movements, the bounce, the carry, the batters, true bounce. You could play your shots. This one is driven nicely. Mid-off. Outfield a little bit heavy. Gets another 2 runs. So a lovely shot there by Dindal again. Out to the mid-off boundary. Not getting over the fence. And hitting those ropes.
I think that one actually deserved 4 on that occasion. It was a full delivery outside the off stump. Dindal coming forward and stroking this one nicely between him and there at mid-off and extra cover. But we had some overnight rains, so the outfield not as quick as it normally is. And the batter there just getting 2.
This one's a good delivery, squaring him up.
Juman here, action, a very interesting action. Seem to be bowling off the wrong foot, as they would say.
Reminds me of Tandia from Pakistan.
Yes, left arm seamer. Similar.
That hop on a jump, that's it there. This one is beating him outside the off. Some brilliant delivery that from him.
Just seem to be getting the ball to skid on to the batter. Then they are there trying to cut one that maybe is too close to him to play that shot. But misses it completely in the end.
Another tidy over being completed here. 41 for 1. Scoring rate remains healthy.
Yes, 41 for 1. Scoring rate just dipping a little bit. A while ago it was above 5. Now it's 4.5 or so runs per over. And I'm sure the Guyanese team, they won't be too perturbed by that. Both batters just getting into their innings really. Just a matter of batting time here. A lot of overs to go.
Just turning that delivery to the man at mid-wicket who does the feeling easy. Things have slowed down somewhat here for the Guyanese with the introduction of the spinner and the medium pacer. But something that is very noticeable in this tournament is that the amount of dot balls being bowled.
Yes, and that's an area that most of the team, if not all the teams, would like to improve on. Just trying to limit the number of dot deliveries.
The batters are satisfied with just pushing that front leg forward and killing those deliveries, playing them back to the bowler. My opinion, there are acres of space on the onside and offside. Like that, just whip it off your legs, push it to mid-on, mid-off, pick up a single, keep the scoreboard ticking. It's a one-day game. Keep the momentum. It helps. This one is out. He's out. Short delivery, came back and cut. He's disappointed with himself. Straight to the man at cover. A soft dismissal that was.
Very soft dismissal. As we mentioned, wasn't able to get the ball into the gap to get the single so far in the over. And there it was a short delivery outside the off. So I'm looking to cut that one through the offside and just picking out the man there at cover. Took a relatively simple catch. So Guyana, they lose their second wicket. They're now 41 for the loss of 2.
Well, 41 for 2. Ramnath goes back to the pavilion, disappointed because it was a bad delivery. And he has lost his wicket to that bad delivery. So he got 16 from 22 deliveries. The slow walk back to the pavilion, really, missing out an opportunity again.
Yes, and just as we've been saying all the time, all morning, most of the wickets in this tournament, they fall in clusters. And I'm sure from a Guyanese perspective, they'll be hoping that Yearwood, who's a new batter here, will be able to form a partnership with Dindial and avoid such a collapse as we have seen in most of the games so far.
Well, Guyana got to their best score in the tournament so far against the Barbadians. Scored 170, I think it was 178. They have the opportunity here today to put a good total on the board after coming off of a victory. But they have lost 2 wickets so far within the first hour of play. But Dindial, the senior batter, is still there, and he's now joined with Yearwood.
So another left-hander here, Yearwood. Saw quite a bit of him in last year's tournament as well. Has a bit of power. But I think at the start of the innings here, he will just be looking to walk the ball into gaps and try and accumulate as much as possible by giving Dindial some of the strike as well.
He's facing his first delivery. Turns it nicely off his legs to square leg. Picks up a single. So a good start to Yearwood. And the end of a successful over for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, a successful over there. Wicket coming at a very good time. That partnership was actually building some momentum between Dindial and Ramnath. So a good breakthrough there from the Trinidad and Tobago team. They'll be looking to apply some sustained pressure in this middle phase of the innings. As we'll now hand over to our next group of commentators, Stacey and Adams. And Vinod Manchan, yes. Welcome to the commentary box.
Yes, good morning to all our viewers out there, and thanks for having us. It's good to have you with us, Mr. Mamchan, Vinod.
Thanks a lot, Stacey.
I believe you're the father of Leon Mamchan. He's not playing today.
Nah, not playing today. They rotating the fast bowlers, Trinidad and Tobago. Yes. So at this point in time, 42 for 2 after 10. How do you see it, Stacey? Even Stevens? There's Rahman. And there's launching forward and driving. Straight up to mid-off, James is there.
Yes, I think both teams will be comfortable, especially Trinidad. After the way Rampatab Ramnath and Mavendra Dindial were going, I think they'll be pretty pleased that they were able to pick up a second wicket in that power play. Guyana, on the other hand, they'll be happy as well that they have 42 for 2. And the captain, Mavendra Dindial, is still there.
Yeah. So here's Rahman again. Ramnath driving to Ramnath at cover. So Trinidad and Tobago just being able to get the second wicket. I think given what happens here in the afternoon, TNT will be looking to restrict Guyana to as small a score as possible. It's not easy batting here in the afternoon.
Yes, and I guess the Guyana contingent, they recognize that, so they decided to have 4 snack here today, so they can capitalize in the afternoon session.
Yes, Rahman. He's had a good series, Rahman. Ramnath coming forward nicely. Annoyed with himself that he didn't beat the offside field and did not strike his end. You asked me a question about Mamchan. Another non-strikers end is a guy called Marvin Dindial. I think that's some relation to him as well, to Mamchan.
You're related to Mavenja Dindial? Sorry? That's what you're
Yes.
saying? Okay. So you're playing both sides here today, Mr. Mamchan?
But my wife is Trinidadian and her mom is Guyanese. I don't know where my loyalty lies. I have to be careful because I have to go back home. Played away, squeezed away by Yearwood. So that's one. What I've enjoyed though this morning, Stacey, is the fact that the Guyanese approach, they've looked very mature. Their running between the wickets has been excellent.
Yes, both batters, Rampatad Ramnath and Mavenja Dindial, both of them haven't been awarded senior contract for the Guyanese team. They were definitely showing off their batting acumen this morning. Rampatad Ramnath unfortunately falling to the spinner, but it was a clear intimation that they are really willing to take it long today compared to the other games that they've played, and they realize that batting all the overs is really key in this 50-over matchup.
Yes, Remand. Slow delivery, good delivery, slow ball bumper. St. Mary's College student.
Yes, we've seen the Trinidad team. They came out with a short ball bowling plan to the Guyanese batters. Shahid Afridi, he was out caught a short of a length delivery, but they had to change that plan because Mavenja Dindial and Rampatad Ramnath, they really hit them off their length, so they had to go back to the full pitch bowling.
Yeah, I enjoyed the knock off a Rampatap. I think Rampatap is definitely one for the future. Looking at him at the top of the order. Driving beautifully for 4. Well, it's holding up now. I don't know if it'll get over the ropes. Dindial slips and he's going to come back for 3. And we spoke about that running between the sticks, and it was evident there again.
Yes, a fuller delivery from Abdul Rahman Juman and Mavenja Dindial. So good on the front foot. Drove it sweetly, found the gap perfectly. Unfortunately, a bit of overnight rain held it up. It didn't get to the boundary. These are 4, really, similar to a shot that he played earlier in the innings. But, you know, that outfield is a bit heavy right now. Later on, it will be much better for batting. I'll make a correction. Earlier on, I mentioned Shahid Afridi. I mean, it's quite easy to say Shahid Afridi. It was Shahid Vieira. So I'll correct myself there. Shahid Vieira was dismissed earlier.
I don't think he will mind.
Shahid
Afridi might mind.
Well, hopefully he can hit some bombs like Shahid Afridi did when he was playing.
Yes. So TNT, the score is at the moment 46 for 2. I thought those days, Trinidad and Tobago missed a trick here today. I think it's a big mistake by the management not to play the leg spinner. And, Trinidad and Tobago has a very good leg spinner. He was unfit for the last game. He came down with the flu. And that's Vasant Singh. He's out, caught and bowl, a full toss. And Dindial is out, caught and bowled by Andrew Rambaran. So Dindial stands there. Rambaran looks at his knee. But at the end of the day, it's Andrew Rambaran leading the fight for Trinidad and Tobago.
That is a soft dismissal from Mavenja Dindial. He was going so good, looked the part today for his team. He got a full toss and just sent it straight back to Rambaran, who took a pretty good low catch in the end. It's something that I've highlighted so far in the tournament. A lot of the teams, with the introduction of spin, they have been collapsing. You start to see wickets falling in clusters, really. And now you see 2 set batters back-to-back have fallen to the spinner.
Yeah, Andrew Rambaran is a wily character. And I tell you something, this just underlines the point that I just made to you, that Trinidad and Tobago, they've missed the trick here by not playing Vasant Singh. You know, I think that is really, it could work against them here. Vasant Singh, to me, is one of the top leg spinners in Trinidad and Tobago. As a matter of fact, I think pretty soon he'll be marching into the Red Force team. And at the moment, you can see him there toting water. I can't understand it. 46 for 3.
Yes, I agree with you 100%. I mean, the spinners have really done the bulk of wicket takings in this tournament so far. Zenal Ramsamy is the new batter in. I think a lot of it, Mr. Mamchan, has to do with the approach that the players are taking when they play spin. It's either they try to be too aggressive or they get stuck. So run scoring has dried up, and then they go to that aggressive option, and then they fall. It brings about their demise. So a different approach needs to be taken by these batters playing spin.
Well, it's a brilliant point there, Stacey. You know, they tend to dig themselves into a hole, and then obviously they look up, they see the score, realize that they need to up the ante, and that is when you have injudicious strokes coming into play, and it always provides that opportunity. Here is Rambaran again, pushed away on the offside. Rambaran has been good. He, of course, is on the West Indies radar for that World Cup in Sri Lanka. And I think he is already on that plane. All he needs to do is to choose where he's going to sit. Here's Rambaran, round the wicket. Pushed away on the offside. I looked at Rampatap this morning, and I thought he's also a very good option at the age of 17. Very good player indeed. Of course, we have from the Windward Islands, but I think, I don't know, you might be able to correct me here, Stacey, if he's beyond the age now to go to the World Cup. Aki Mogis, I don't know if he's beyond. I think he's another class act. I saw him at Park Hill recently against Trinidad and Tobago. Here's Rambaran, good delivery again, showing his wares here.
Yes, Rambaran is bowling quite well. Won't be too far off before Joshua Davis, the skipper, enters the attack. I think he bowls some spin as well, some slow stuff as well.
But Joshua Davis has not been doing himself justice on this tour. I think he has a lot to do still. He hasn't really made an impression with both bat or ball, so he'll want to come into his own here today.
Yes, 12 overs have been bowled, and the score has slowed to 46 for 3. For the Guyanese.
Again, with the advent of Rambaran, you see that slowing of the run rate. He has taken wickets at regular intervals, but more importantly, he has removed two very set batsmen in Marvin Dindial and Rampatap.
Yes, two very important batters for the Guyanese team. I think Abdur Rahman Juman, I think he's been doing a pretty good job for his team so far since his introduction. He has bowled 2 overs for 7 runs. He hasn't really bowled a lot of short stuff, which is good. He's just pitching it up, trying to operate on that line and length, looking for that any movement that's on offer. So I think
he's one of those. He's one of those that relies on swing and seam movement, and he has had a really good series so far. So far, Rahman. Trinidad and Tobago just slightly ahead here, I will say. 46 for 3. Down the ground. It's in the air. Running back is Agard, and he just can't get it. Not in control there at all. Agard's slow to release the ball. It allows them to go back for 2. And although this morning, Rampatap and India look good, Agard did give them some problems.
Yeah, Shama, we're taking the aerial route there, looking to go up and over that fielder. He did so, miscued a bit. Luckily for him, it didn't go to hand as he sailed over Agard fielding at mid-on.
You made a point earlier on about batting out overs, and we haven't really been seeing that. Trinidad and Tobago could not bat out 39 overs against Barbados when they were chasing 150 odd. Had they played out the overs, they would have won the match. Then there was a situation where in the second game as well, the first game was against Barbados. The second game was right here, and that was against Jamaica. Again, they failed to bat out the overs. You then go to Park Hill with just 26 over game, they got bowled out. But yet, your mainstay from last year, which is Nick Ramlal, not being used. He scored 22 here, was the mainstay against Jamaica, only to be banished after that. So it's a bit puzzling.
Well, you'll know more about the Trinidad team than I. But I agree with you. If you do have a batter in your lineup that can stay and bat long for you, why not use him? Because as you mentioned, it's something that I actually highlighted before coming to this game, that Trinidad, they have failed to bat out 50 overs in all of their games so far.
Good slow delivery there by Rahman.
Yes, I've been impressed with Rahman. He's mixing up his pace quite well, just keeping the batters guessing. So a really good partner for Rambaran at the other end. Yeah, what seems to be a sort of batter that likes to get after the ball, and he looks very aggressive.
Yeah, I think if you keep him quiet for any length of time, that could be problems. Whipped away through the onside over mid-wicket. Again, not really getting hold of it. They take one.
Yes, right on cue. Looked for the aggressive option. Fortunately for him again, did not go to hand, just over the field at mid-wicket. It'll be interesting to see how he goes against Rambaran if he forms a strike at the other end.
Yeah, I think, you call it right there, Stacey. He can't seem to get bogged down. Loves to play his shots. So as the morning sun comes out, it'll bake the pitch a bit, should make batting a little easier, and then in the afternoon, somehow it grips here. I don't know if that has anything to do with the rising tide. Osnet shakes in the affirmative.
So 13 overs bowled, the score is 49 for 3.
It reminds me of what happens at Perth. But that is something that is totally different. That is actually the win. It's called a Fremantle Doctor. Comes in the evening for a short period, and that is it. One remembers Curtly Ambrose bowling against the Australians at Perth. And the Australians were batting pretty well, and all of a sudden the Fremantle Doctor arrives. Ambrose takes 7 for 1. Not to take anything away from the big man, but it shows how different grounds could play differently at different times. But having said that, Stacey, what do you think given all those factors into consideration, what do you think might be a good score here for Trinidad to chase down?
After the delivery, I'll
I think
comment.
Ramon was waiting for you to answer that.
It looks that way, to be honest. I mean, we were playing a waiting game.
He was waiting on you, and you were waiting on him. Well, you called it. It's out of the ground. Bang! Into the construction site there. And that's 6 runs. Rambaran, they're guilty of bowling a full pitch delivery.
Yes, a full pitch delivery that he got a wicket from in the over before. He tossed it up on that occasion. 2 full. And Yearwood, such is his aggression and power, he punished that over mid-wicket. Yes, in terms of a score here, Mr. Mamchan.
Whipped away.
We saw Guyana had Barbados in trouble, ended up winning that game on Duckwood Lewis. They scored 179.
Here's Rambaran, worked away again.
Yes, so given that Trinidad have failed to bat out 50 overs so far in all of their batting innings, one might say 170 will be competitive. Having said that, when a team is down, they have nothing to lose. You cannot look past them putting on a big performance here today with the bat. So I'll say 180 for now, given how Trinidad has played. I haven't seen them bat in the tournament, but the stats has definitely shown. And Guyana really getting their tail up in that last game against Barbados. Yeah. So 180 might be a competitive total here.
Well, you see Guyana coming into their own. Their batters seem to be adjusting nicely to the conditions here in St. Vincent. And they're coming along. Trinidad and Tobago, there was a positive start at Park Hill. Bit of an opening stand. And then all of a sudden things went south when the spinners were introduced.
And that's how it's been for all of the teams in the tournament so far, unfortunately.
again, uppishly, that one just stopping and popping. And he's always ready to present that strong bottom hand. Has to be careful here.
No, that delivery, he tried to play it aggressively. If he had just turned it into the onside, he could have picked up an easy single.
End of another over there by Rambaran. It has gone past 50 to score. It's 55 for 3. Just want to say a very good morning. Well, where he is, I think might be evening to Dr. Kishore Shallow, the president of Cricket West Indies, and so much optimism with Shallow at the helm now.
Well, rightly so. I think he's the doctor that was ordered. I think he'll do a really good role.
That was ordered.
I think he's the man for the job, and that's my belief.
Yeah, definitely. I say that, and I made a comment as well, and I think Bascom will take us miles ahead.
I like that.
Because I look at Windward Islands cricket and I ask the question, Windward Islands cricket is on the upswing. I mean this with all due respect. Back in the day, they were the whipping boys of regional cricket.
Yes.
And you're seeing something is working here. I went to Park Hill. I saw my good friend Gary Maturin was there with the Windward Islands team. I looked at their setup, very professional, and it has to come from the structure that you get in the islands here.
Yes, and that is what happens when you put the right persons in place for a particular job. I agree with you. Definitely, Windward Islands have definitely improved.
Down the leg side.
It's definitely improved a lot. Miles, he was the TDO of the Windward Islands board. Now he's the TDO of West Indies board. So I do expect much of the same for West Indies when he's at the helm, along with Dr. Kishore Shallow.
See, how I see it is like this. You have the young man Ramasamy facing right now. Ramsamy, sorry. If he makes rounds, if he's successful in this series, you want to take him further. You want to reward him for a good performance. We have to look, as a no ball now bowled there by Rahman, the free hit coming up. You want to look now at even administrators. And if Miles Bascom has done so well with the Windward Islands Cricket Board, you're seeing the results, take him to the next level. It's as simple as that.
As simple as that. And that is what is occurring now. And I strongly believe that we will see an upswing in West Indies performance to come.
I'm very certain. I'm certain about that, as certain as the tide will rise this afternoon here. And, here is Rahman. Slow delivery, down the ground he goes. He clears that front foot. One bounce into the boundary for 4. So that's a good shot there by Ramsamy.
Strong swing down the ground there from Ramsamy. Definitely had to capitalize on that free hit delivery, and he did so quite well. And I like that he opted to go straight down the ground, and that was a really good option from the young man.
Just a moment ago, I saw the manager of the Trinidad and Tobago team, Kerwin John. He's a director on the West Indies board as well. He's the president of the Tobago Cricket Association. He's the vice president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. And one thing that has worked though for Trinidad and Tobago, it hasn't translated yet onto the field of play in terms of the results, but he has been able to galvanize those young men. They really believe in Kerwin John.
I don't know much about Kerwin John. I'll have to do some research on him later.
You don't want to, Stacey?
I don't want to. Okay, well, thanks for letting me know. I'll stay far. If you listen to this Kerwin John, Mr. Vinod Mamchan told me to stay very far away from you.
A good guy, Kerwin John. Here is Rahman. This one is going to go down to third man. Unlucky there for Rahman. It's a vacant third man. They come back for 2. You look at the score at the moment and you see 63 on the board. This is over number 15 in progress. And you tend to think, Stacey, that is probably 75 because of the damp outfield. That is really worth 75, 80 runs.
Yes, I agree with you. I mean, at this point in time with the outfield very heavy, you have to turn your 1s into 2s, basically 2s into 3s if you can.
Yes, Rahman. Oh, good delivery, good line. More than anything else there.
Every over I've seen this young man bowl, he gets one just to shape away a bit from the batter. Really good signs of a fast bowler here.
Yeah, and that's an ever-present worry in the mind of any batsman that, this guy has variety. I was just coming into the ground this morning. I was told to go around and use the second entrance to the Annesville cricket playing field. I think there's a carnival fete, so we call it in Trinidad, leading into this ground. I was told to use the second entrance, and I thought, well, if this ground is at the edge of the ocean, the only other entrance is by boat. But then I was sent by, I think it's called Backyard Fun or something.
Backyard Adventures,
Adventures, yes, and I came through. I was a bit worried there, Stacey. So it's probably a good time for us to take a little break as well. The players are out there, and they're having drinks. So I think we should be back. And yes, we are. The umpire is just waving. I think he's looking up at the roof on the western end of the ground. I don't think the guys are there anymore. They're out celebrating Carnival. They'll be back on Wednesday to continue the completion of that roof, as Annesville, I'm sure, will be hosting World Cup matches next year. Whipped away, that's one.
It's nicely played from here. Well, it's just a single, but I must glamorize that shot. I mean, prior to that, he was looking to be aggressive. He had one that just landed in front of that man on that occasion. He said, you know what, let me try and take the single in the gap. So well played by Yehood. Need to see more of that incorporated in all of the team's batting innings.
Look, Yehood looks as if he's all he just edging short of slip. Rambaran continues to bowl brilliantly here. Well taken by Davis. Yearwood has already the ability to hit the ball cleanly. What he needs is to exactly what you were saying, Stacey. He needs to get to be able to rotate the strike and play some of these balls. I'm not saying all, because he looks as if he can take a good ball and dispatch it. Play some of these balls on merit. You see, when you have a player like Yearwood, you don't want to totally change them. Sammy gets one.
Yeah, definitely not. And he loves to keep scoring, but the moment he gets stuck not scoring, that's when you tend to see him doing something, trying to manufacture a shot really, and then getting dismissed. So once he can keep scoring, and that is where strike rotation comes in, then he will be able to stay and bat long at the crease.
Well, there's a deep mid-wicket on the boundary. He has to be careful here. Again, just past slip, dropped. He's a really good bowler. Andrew Rambaran, Hans Akimbo, probably asking what else I have to do to get another wicket here. Dropped by Davis.
Probably need to do it himself at this point in time, but testing the edge of both of these batters since the resumption after that water break. Yeah, that one was much closer to Joshua Davis, the first slip.
He's a very wise bowler, Andrew Rambaran. Has subtle variations. He's not happy, Rambaran. He plays his game hard. End of yet another over. He shakes his head at the end of 15. Or is it 16? The score is 69 for 3. More thoughts from Stacey Ann.
Yes, so Ramsamy and Shamar Yearwood in the wicket. A question I have to you, Mr. Vinod. Mamchan. I know a lot of parents, they help coach their children who are playing cricket. Are you one of those fathers that coach your child?
I've done absolutely nothing. He's playing cricket today basically for two reasons. He would have been in press boxes with me from a toddler. So he would have met a lot of people through cricket. But to take him to actually play the game, I believe you don't try to impress upon your children what they should do. See where their passion is and you guide them and support accordingly. I actually was commentating in Dubai, West Indies versus Pakistan. And I received a call from my wife who said that one of her friends, Vashti Ramnarees, was taking her son to a cricket academy to try him out just to play cricket. And she was going to take Liam. And I said, okay. I said, where are you taking him? She said, at the Kumar Rampart Cricket Academy. Now, Kumar Rampart was the former territorial development officer for Cricket West Indies. I said, okay, that's my friend. She said, why didn't you tell me this before? I said, I didn't know if the guy was ready to play cricket. So it's natural that someone will see him playing cricket and think that is really me. But I think his mom has to take all the credit for that. Swept away nicely here by Yearwood. And he's going to go back for 2. I keep saying, Stacey, I like the look of Yearwood. I think with a little change in temperament, at times, he can be a force.
Yes, definitely. And if he takes it deep for the guy and his team, they will get a big total on the board, because we see that he is the type of batter that will keep scoring if he is at the wicket.
And sometimes you've been around this game for so long, you don't have to see much of a player to know if he can bat. But that, I think, is his problem right there.
Just trying to be a bit too aggressive on that occasion. Still a lot of overs to play in this match. We're just into the 17th over.
Here's Davis. Good delivery. It's hanging that in the air a bit, and this is what he needs to do. Try not to go flat. I know that Yearwood is looking to attack, but he has to just give it air, allow it to do something of the track. This track is assisting the spinners.
Yes, much better bowling from Davis. Just flight it a bit more. Try to see if you get any turn or porches off the surface with that flight.
That last delivery though was a bit on the shorter side, and the air was able to go back and across and play it away. That's much better. Probably want to bring it a few inches closer to him. Stacey, we were saying that, sometimes I'm sure it happens with you as well. You see a player, even for a short time, and you can tell whether this player can bat or not. It's like this tailor in Trinidad. He just can look at a guy and sew his outfit. And then the tailor lower down the street said to him, "That's okay, that's impressive. You just show me where the guy passed and I'll sew a suit for him." When you're into your trade, you can pick it.
And that's the hallmark of a good batter, when you can pick length really well. I saw a young man from Leeward Islands, and I think his name is Drew. He picks length really well. It's almost prescient, the way he plays bowlers. It's as if he knows where they are going to deliver. Unfortunately, I haven't seen him, Jewel Andrew, that's his name, I haven't seen him go on to make those big scores. Basically, a lot of these batters in the tournament, quite technically proficient, but they end up just giving their wickets away at some point in time.
That's well bowled by Rambaran, beating the edge again. The man who lives in Piaco, it's in the eastern parts of Trinidad, right next to the airport. So he definitely wants his career to take flight.
See, that single was applauded more by the players on the bench than any 6 or 4 hit for the day. So that was a good single taken by those two.
Yeah, you want to see intelligent cricket, and intelligent cricket tells you that there must be strike rotation in between these big shots. Now, strike rotation, I think, has been a bugbear in West Indies cricket, even at the senior level, for quite a while. I remember covering the T20 World Cup in Abu Dhabi, and we were facing 120 balls, and out of 120 balls, you had more than half being dot balls. I think that's something that they really need to work on.
Yes, and this is a good place to start. I mean, these are young men just in the development stage of their cricket. So really, I'll speak to the coaches and I'll continue after this delivery from Rambaran. Yeah, so the coaches really, and anyone else who is involved in their development when they play. Yes, most of the times you see a lot of coaches or maybe parents, they go down to the park with their kid and they're teaching them how to drive, teaching them how to drive, teaching them how to pull, how to cut. But I think you need to include showing them how to play with soft hands, showing them how to manipulate fields, that sort of stuff. Soft hands, closing the bat face, opening the bat face, because that's very important to strike rotation. Because you might get a bowler who's bowling really well, he's hitting his stride ball after ball. Where do you score a run? You can't just stay stuck in the wicket. You need to find a way to get off the mark. You don't want to throw your wicket away going for an aggressive option. So then you use soft hands, maybe open the bat face, maybe close the bat face according to the line and length that he's bowling. You pick up a single, you get off the mark, runs are being scored.
And this is why the Americans beat us at everything, because what they do, they comprehensively take a look at how things are done and should be done. Ronaldo Pereira is the man taking up the attack now, the left-arm orthodox spinner. His first ball in this tournament. He's from Enterprise in Trinidad and Tobago, Central Trinidad and Tobago. So let's see how he goes. But you're quite right. And the Americans, they do visual learning as well. So whilst you speak of soft hands and running in between the wickets, the coaches have to show how this is done. They have to show how this is done. You have to be there to demonstrate. And sadly, some of the coaches I've seen, they can hardly make a lap of the field. Let's go out there and demonstrate. So you tell a player, you must play with soft hands. You don't want him creaming his hands every morning. You want to show him what soft hands really means. This is pushed away to cover.
Yes, and I must say, I'm not saying that this isn't already being done in some of the coaching setup. But I'm just saying, if it's not being done, it's something that you should look to incorporate in your coaching sessions.
Yeah, I think sometimes we focus so much on technology now that we tend to forget the basics. Running that first run hard, things like that. This is whipped away, and Perry strikes in his first over. Ronelsta Pereira has been able to remove the tall Ramsamy, and the fourth wicket has fallen. It's now 73 for 4.
The delivery on the pads there was there for the sweep. He went for it, but he swept it aerially, not down. Probably he should have used his wrist just to get it behind that fielder at square leg. Instead, he held out straight to him. So
Ronelsta was unaware where the fielder was as well, because I think had he been aware that there was a fielder station there, he might have tried to roll his wrist over that shot.
Well, that's something that the coaches teach you. When you face up your any delivery, you're supposed to surveil the field to see where the fielders are, to see where your gaps are. I hear commentators say batters like Joe Root, he don't see fielders, he sees gaps.
That's a great point you made.
I guess he saw the fielder in the end, and he hit it straight to him. Unfortunately, there's Zinel Ramsamy, dismissed batter.
Well, there was a discussion back in Trinidad and Tobago between Brian Lara, who had an idea about batting, and Darren Ganga. So he asked Darren Ganga, what is the first thing you do when you go out to bat? He said, I will take my guard. He said, and what's the second thing you do? He said, I look to see where the fielders are. And Lara told him, I never did that. I took my guard and then I looked for the gaps. And mind you, he found some gaps, didn't he?
He found a lot of gaps, especially in that 400 at Antigua. So Ronelsta Pereira, after taking a really good catch to dismiss opening batter Shahid Vieira, has now backed it up with a wicket for his team.
Good line. Good length as well. So Pereira, remember Pereira, his first outing for Trinidad and Tobago at youth cricket was back in Jamaica in 2018, and he bowled his first spell opening the bowling for Trinidad and Tobago, 6 overs, none for 2.
Yes, I must highlight as well, Mamchan, 3 innocuous deliveries picked up wickets of the Guyanese batters, a full toss, one that was erring in line there on that occasion, and another one that could have been put away. So when they look back at this batting innings, they would really say that they give it away at some point in time.
Yeah, I think that you're quite right with that. So Davis has switched end. He's now coming up from the Beckway end. Brilliant over there from Pereira.
So Joshua Davis appears to have switched ends, a skipper. He's coming from the Beckway end now.
Tossed up again, full toss. Worked away by Yearwood. So again, what Trinidad and Tobago has done well, though, they have taken wickets at intervals when they are threatening partnerships building. So the momentum is consistently broken. These guys, again, now they have to restart with the new man in.
Yes, new batter Zachary Joda. He needs to build a partnership with Shamar Yearwood, who's been there, looking really well, striking the ball really well. But both of these batters need to build a partnership for the Guyana team.
Joda is off and running immediately. Looking splendid in his Stonehill uniform. Stonehill out of Pakistan. They've done a lot of work here in the Caribbean with clothing. I think Jamaica, Barbados, Windward Islands, Guyana. I want to say a very good evening to Sibi Sheikh out there in Manchester, England. He's the owner. Here's Davis. Perry again, excellent. He's having a good day. Ronelsta Pereira. That's a loud appeal for leg before not out, says the umpire. Pushing half forward, and that is what got the Trinidad and Tobago players excited there.
Yes, and Joda right away is having a chat with him, probably telling him to get that front foot out some more.
Yeah, he was half forward there. So let's have a look at the field as a backward point on the 30-yard circle there. Cover. Sweeper on the offside, long off. Punched away. It's a lovely bit of fielding by James there. Just diving at cover. On the onside, you have long on. It's a straightish mid on, backward square, and deep mid wicket on the fence.
Good leave in the end from Yearwood. One moved away a touch from him. At this point in time, 20 overs have been bowled. The score is 74 for 4, the Guyana team. I'll hand you over to Mr. Osnet Kato, and you'll continue to hear the voice of Mr. Vinod Mamchan.
Yeah, welcome back. Osnet.
Good morning to you.
How was that first spell with Martin? He's here by the way, so he's my good friend, so I like to give him heat. you know he was a better bowler than a batsman. I leave it at that.
Mr. Mamcham.
So it's the start of the 21st over here. This encounter at the Annisville playing field between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. Guyana having won the toss. They are 74 for 4. As Pereira, after being successful in his first over, continues to be very economical. 1.2 overs. The run scored off his bowling so far. So the Guyanese here, Kenroy, trying to rebuild after somewhat losing some critical wickets here in the middle order.
Well, they have some work to do here after losing those quick wickets in the middle. They lost the early wicket, had a reasonably good partnership, and then two batters, Yearwood and Dindal, was doing well, and then the introduction of the number 23, another wicket, goes on the soft side.
Yes, a very soft dismissal, especially the wicket of Dindal. I think that was a very big wicket. He was looking very comfortable at the crease, scoring rather freely, and a full toss hit it straight back to Rambaran, who actually bowled a brilliant spell, coming in as a first change bowler from the Beckway end.
Well, he added something to the bowling attack, created the pressure, and he got the results.
Bowled again there from Pereira. Good start from him. Another mid over. So it's the end of the 21st over. Guyana, having won the toss and batting first, they're 74 for the loss of 4.
I don't think that the scoring rate is that bad, but the thing is that you have lost your 4 main batters up front, and now your middle order is tasked with batting over half of the overs in critical conditions where you have lost wickets. They need to rebuild, and this is the issue here with the cricket, that you'll be batting a lot of dot balls to get yourself back into this game.
As we see Joshua Davis, the captain for this tournament, right arm off spinner. And he's hitting this one high and handsome there from Yearwood. He's always checking that side of the boundary, and that's a big hit there over deep mid wicket.
Yes, that was a tossed delivery, flighted on the leg stump, and Yearwood, strong to the onside, pounced into that and went into the Frank Thomas Pavilion with ease. Fine shot by Yearwood.
He's been looking to get on top of the bowling throughout his entire innings. Yearwood been positive from the start. Moves on to 23 from 32 deliveries. I think what we've seen from him is that he has the power, really. It's a matter of being able to walk the ball into the gaps and continue to get the scoreboard ticking over.
That's true. Picking the right balls to play your shots and actually understanding batsmanship, really. Take the risk when you have to, but don't allow the bowlers to bog you down. You have to be on top of your game, especially in situations like this. You have to turn the singles over, hit the bad balls, and the work becomes much easier as a batsman.
I think that's one of the bigger hits we have seen in this tournament. I think It's well over 100 meters down that side. It's a big side of the ground as well. I think what was in Yearwood's favour was that the breeze or the wind direction here at the Anazay playing field just really propelled that ball even further.
Well, it's probably still traveling towards Beckway. A little suddenly, more suddenly, heading to Trinidad, going back home. Really? Trinidad, Guyana direction. A huge hit there by Yearwood. And he continues to look good here for Guyana. He needs to carry his bat through the innings, though.
Very much so. I think his wicket is key here. So once again, he's swinging again. A carbon copy, not as big as the previous one, but equally as effective. Over in that region, over deep mid-wicket again for a massive 6. So back-to-back 6s here for Yearwood. Score pushes on to 86 for the loss of 4.
Yearwood really showing his intentions here, that he's not going to be just pushing and prodding against Davis. And Davis flighted that ball within the same area and the same results, 6 runs over mid-wicket. Good batting here by Yearwood. Positive batting as well.
Yes, positive indeed. Moves on to 29 from 33 deliveries, 34 deliveries.
The thing is that he has intentions. He's showing that intentions, and that is good to see coming from the batsman in this tournament, especially someone like Yearwood who has been around for a little bit. He needs to come to the party and score some runs for Guyana. They have gotten their first victory, but they need their batsman to come and score heavily. And he's the man at the crease. He looks good, so he needs to continue batting the way that he is and be smart about it.
Smart is a key word there. It's important to see how he closes out this over. Back-to-back 6s from Davis. See how he comes back. Davis flighted both of those deliveries. Yearwood took full advantage. He's flighting it again. He's swiping at this one and he's caught. My goodness. Just as he was saying, he needs to be smart here, Yearwood. Just going for a similar shot again across the line of that delivery. I think that was well bowled by Joshua Davis, but I don't think it was a good shot there from Yearwood.
That doesn't make much sense. That makes no sense at all by Yearwood. You got 12 from 2 deliveries. You're batting a 50 overs. Your side is at 86 now for 5 because of your ignorance, basically. And really, that was a ill-advised shot by Yearwood. No need for that.
I think the difference between that delivery, Martin, and the 2 previous deliveries, this one was a bit wider outside the off stump, turning away. So he had to reach for it a bit, and definitely an ill-advised shot, as you mentioned. Looking very dejected, disappointed there at the end of that innings. So he goes for 29. Guyana, they're 86 for the loss of 5. As we see the new batter making his way to the wicket.
I'm wondering what was going through the head of Yearwood there when he was batting. I am wondering his thought process, really. I'm wondering as to his thought process, wasn't it?
Yes, we were just mentioning that he just needs to be smart. He needs to be selective. He already had 2 6s, putting the bowler on a bit of pressure. I think it was good temperament there by the bowler as well, not taking anything away from Joshua Davis. It's just the nature of the dismissal, not what we want to see at this level.
I think he was smart bowling on his behalf as well. He wasn't afraid to go back into that area. All he did was slow the delivery up and put it a little bit wider where he couldn't get to reach that delivery, and it worked for him. Ill-advised shot. Well, Davis got the results that he wanted. He got another wicket. Another wicket falls for Guyana. 86 for 5. Struggling here.
So half of the team back in the pavilion. Phillips is in your batter. Rivaldo Phillips. So Guyana, 86 for the loss of 5. 21 overs completed. We're into the 22nd over. That's Davis again, the skipper. Would have been pleased with that last wicket. We were mentioning the importance of Yearwood's wicket. He was one of the players we knew if he stayed there, could have really put some pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago bowling.
Well, Guyana winning the toss, electing to bat. Think they should be much disappointed with the effort so far. But Trinidad played a good game.
This one is walked nicely there by Joda for another single. So that brings the over to an end. And at the end of it, Guyana, they're 88 for the loss of 5.
Well, 21 overs have been completed. You have taken 5 wickets to 5 big wickets for Guyana. All the Trinidadians need to do is be patient, bowl tight, keep the pressure on the batsmen and let them make the mistakes, the lower order. So, once they do that, I think they would be able to restrict the Guyanese to a gettable target. But these two from Guyana would really like to bat as long as possible. But the remaining overs or try to take their team closest to that 50 overs.
As my fellow commentator Stacey and all, he was mentioning 175 as maybe a target the Guyanese could reach. Take some batting to get there from here. Definitely need a partnership. As we see Pereira into his third over this time. Not a good start again, so he's been very economical in this spell. Hasn't really given anything away. Swinging this one straight to the man there at mid-off. Another tame dismissal really from Joda. Another flighty delivery looking to go over the man there at mid-off and just picking out Orlando James there, who took a relatively simple catch in the end, but another disappointing dismissal there for the Guyanese team. They lose their 6 wickets. It's now 88 for the loss of 6.
Well, another ill-advised shot. Another ill-advised shot. Really, you have lost 5 wickets. You have lost the big batters. You're in the middle of the game. Your team needs to recover, and yet you're trying to go over the top. Well. So cookie is crumbling here for the Guyanese.
Crumbling indeed. As that was Pereira with his 2nd wicket. Yet to score a run from his bowling so far as well. So he's been just tightening the screws really. And that is in line with what we have seen throughout the tournament. As long as spin is introduced into the attack, we've seen wickets fall in clusters. Well, Trinidad, they need to get off the points table. They need to get a win as well. Guyana has gotten a win. All Trinidad needs to do is maintain the pressure, continue doing what they're doing. The Guyanese batsmen have fall for the trap thus far. Easy dismissals, soft dismissals, really. That's a new batter, Jonathan Rampasad, the off spinner. So being an off spinner, I think he should be able to play the spin as well. Let's hope so.
It's in a peculiar situation here. At 88 for 6, don't know how often he's at the crease when there's 22 overs bowled. Different scenario. As you say, pressure bust pipe. He's under some pressure here to get the Guyanese back into this game.
He's the vice captain as well, so we'll be looking to lead from the front. Definitely need to forge some sort of partnership with Phillips at the other end, who just came to the wicket a while ago. Pereira doing what he has done all morning, really, not giving the batter any room.
So this is an excellent inclusion here for Trinidad and Tobago in this the 4th round. Pereira has done an exceptional job for them thus far, without a run being scored off his bowling. Picked up 2 scalps.
That's 2 for naught. 2.3 overs completed so far. Just the type of pressure being exerted that the skipper Davis would have been asking for from his left arm spinner. So this period really is all about batting and trying to get a partnership going, get some momentum back into the innings, because the Trinidadians have actually wrestled that momentum from the Guyanese, who are going pretty well all year on. Dindial and Ramnath were at the wicket.
Well, you said wrestled. I think that the Guyanese have basically handed it to the Trinidadians with the way that they have batted. Nothing special really from the bowlers except for that 4th wicket that was caught at Gully. But I think that the Guyanese have handed this game into the Trinidadians' hands and gifted some gifted wickets, causing them to be at 88 for 6, really.
So 88 for 6, Guyana. Remember earlier on this morning, they won the toss, elected to bat first. So not the type of batting performance they were hoping for, having taken the initiative to bat first in this encounter. As we see Captain Davis is coming into his fourth over, 1 for 19 so far, getting that big wicket of Yearwood after being hit for consecutive sixes. Held his nerve, the young man, and took that wicket of Yearwood.
And this is what I'm saying about the cricket as well. Trinidad and Tobago really in front of the game here, and I think that the skipper should at least bring in a short leg. They're bowling tight, put more pressure on the batsmen and cause them to think about what is happening. There are 2 men on long off, mid wicket. You know, I just think that there should be more pressure applied.
Agreed. And skipper is actually bowling, so I would like to think that he would like to give himself more options in terms of taking a wicket here. This one is swept nicely. Fielded there by Agard. The batters there a bit uncertain in the calling. They'll be feeling the pressure of not scoring freely in the last couple of overs. This one is swept nicely. Well timed. Should get close to the boundary. I think he will cross it now. It's a good shot there from Phillips. A bit of a release from the strangles that they've actually been enduring in the previous overs.
You would need to do a lot more than that, really. But a good shot by him was flighted, and he swept that one in the cow corners there, and it run across the playing field into the fence. So for a good shot by Phillips, he would like to play a few more shots like that and be as successful as he was previously.
A flighted delivery from Davis. So he has been prepared to actually flight these deliveries, giving the ball a bit of air. Testing the patience of the Guyanese batters. Previous delivery, that sweep shot, went across the outfield reasonably quickly. I've seen quite a few of these deliveries actually slowing up. As an appeal there by the Trinidad and Tobago team, but it's a wide signal there by umpire Joseph. 93 for 6. As another over comes to an end. Another economical over there. The boundary coming off the fourth delivery. And Guyana, there's 92 for the loss of 6.
Well, 92 for 6. 6 wickets have gone, 93 runs. I'm seeing on the other side the scores. Is that correct? 93? Right, 93 for 6. You were hoping to be in a much better position when they won the toss this morning and decided to bat. The wicket has no devil inside of it. Just irresponsible batting from the Guyanese batters. Really. Gifted their wicket away. Trinidad and Tobago just had to sit back and took all that was given to them.
Superior again, starting his fourth over. Still a run to be completed from his bowling. So they've had no answer so far for Pereira. Wrong the wicket to the left-handed Rampasad, sorry. Field here, man at slip. Square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, long off. And they had extra cover, backward point. It's quite a bit of fielders in the circle, trying to just continue to exert the pressure on the Guyanese batters. Guyana just not being able to put the ball into the gaps and actually get the scoreboard moving. Once again, it was Rampasad that's walking this one out to the man there at mid-wicket for no run. Pereira getting through his overs very quickly as well. He's pulling this one in the air. Chance for a catch there, but thankfully for Guyana, just evading the man there at slip. So the first run scored off Pereira's bowling for the morning. Guyana, they move on to 94 for the loss of 6. Rampasad off the mark in a streaky kind of way.
Well, Fortune favor the brave. Went for the pull shot, came off the edge, evading the man at slip, picked up his first single. First run off the number 23. Big man, tall.
Well flighted again there from Pereira. So 1-1 coming from that over. It's the end of the 25th. The Guyana, they are 94 for the loss of 6.
Yes, Trinidad in a commanding position here in this, the 4th round of the West Indies under 19 Rising Star tournament. Compliments Guyana, not taking anything away from the bowlers. They have done their part. But rather disappointing to see the way that the batsmen are getting out in this tournament, and it continues, and the wickets keep falling in clusters, something that we are not correcting at all as the tournament goes on. Every team has lost wickets in clusters.
Just an update on the other games. We have Leeward Islands versus Barbados. They're playing at Cyan Hill. At Park Hill, sorry. 94 for the loss of 2. There. Leeward and Barbados actually batting first in that encounter. And in the other game, Windward Islands versus Jamaica, Win was in a bit of trouble here. 59 for the loss of 7. 18.4 overs completed. So Windward Islands really struggling there over at Cyan Hill. Davis it is again. Bowls this one. Cut away nicely there by the left-handed Rampasad out to deep extra cover for a single. Score moves on to 95 for the loss of 6.
Well, those scores tells you the way the tournament has been running and the tournament has been playing as well. Jamaica is having a good run this year. Was not fortunate last year, but they have pulled themselves together. Playing the cricket that we know them to be playing.
This one there, not a close shave there for the batter. It was a delivery short of a length. Looking to pull this one in the vicinity of the mid-wicket region. Made no contact and they passed very close to the stumps there. Phillips lives to fight another day. For the loss of 6. A flighted delivery, well played. The type of batting we'll want to see more of from Guyana if they are to really put up any sort of challenge here this afternoon. It's walking that one down to long on. You were mentioning in the last over, Kenroy, about the field. I'm thinking that man at long on can be in the circle as well, just to add a bit more pressure to the batters.
That's the thing I've seen in the tournament. They're just sitting back and waiting for something to happen. You have to create those opportunities. Put the pressure on the batsmen. Don't give them easy runs. Try and bowl out your opponents as quickly as possible, especially in these situations where they are 96 for 6. You should be having some persons at the bat and so on in and around that 20-yard circle looking for that opportunity to take another wicket.
It's all about trying to drive home the advantage, and we're not really seeing that here from the Trinidad and Tobago team. At least not yet. As another over comes to end there from Davis. It's about 5 overs so far. 1 for 26. And Guyana, just past the halfway stage here, 26 overs completed. They are 96 for the loss of 6.
Yes, you have to be intentional, really. Trinidad and Tobago have gone to the top order of the batting. I think you should really exert more pressure on these lower order batsmen. Your bowlers are doing well. Put the people in the players in positions and really put them under pressure, and vice versa. Guyana are under some pressure, and the batsmen has to show intentions. They have to be positive, and if they need to get out of the situation as well. So you have to be positive, both batting and bowling, to get the results as you need.
So it's Pereira again. Figures of 2 for 1 so far. He's cutting this one, peeling off the outside edge. Should be able to get a couple of runs here. Phillips. Run in the end. 2 more added to the total. 98 for the loss of 6. So Pereira here into his 5th over. 2 for 3 so far. He's really tightening the screws on the Guyanese batters. A bit of torn as well from that delivery. As we see a man slip, a backward point, cover, extra cover. He's driving this one nicely. Straight to the man there, James. There's no run. So Phillips here. After a start, 8 from 13 deliveries. We'll be hoping he can stay there with Rampasad. He's sweeping this one again. I'll play to him. Should be able to come back for a second, are they? No. So another single added to the total. 99 for the loss of 6. Good conditions here for cricket at the Annisvale playing field. All day we had some rain, making my way into the ground all day this morning. But conditions so far has been conducive to good cricket. I haven't seen a lot of it, especially from the Guyanese team.
Well, we probably need to get out there and do it ourselves. But unfortunately, we are going past that age.
You can speak for yourself there, Martin. I'm still a very young man. As 27 overs completed. Guyana, they are 99 for the loss of 6.
Well, youthful improvements here. To get back on the field really at this age, asks for a lot from you. But cricket is cricket. It's been played here at Annisvale under 19 cricket. West Indies, that is. The Rising Stars. I'm not seeing much from the Guyanese batters this morning. Really disappointing showing. But Trinidad has played some consistent cricket. Their bowlers have been very disciplined.
It must be said also, Martin, the Trinidadian batting has been an area of concern. So I think Guyana will have that in the back of their minds as they try to set a total. They will know that the batting is under pressure. And equally so, the Trinidadian team will be looking to limit the Guyanese to a total that they think they can afford to chase down rather comfortably.
And that's why I'm saying that the skipper, Davis, should really be applying the pressure to the Guyanese batsmen to get them to get to bowl them out as cheap as possible. So you've been struggling in the tournament with the batting. Would get an even easy opportunity to get some points on the board.
Phillips there again, getting himself in a rather uncomfortable position. I believe he's short of a length. I think it's the second time we're seeing such a shot from him. Should be rather simple in terms of just walking that type of delivery onto the leg side and picking up an easy single. Such as being the pressure exerted on the batters. It's really playing with their footwork. Joshua Davis, the skipper, continues from the backway end into his 6th over. Guyana, one short of a century. Still a lot of overs to go in this contest. It's a better shot there from Phillips. It's a similar delivery to the one 2 deliveries ago. This time they're standing tall and walking it out to the man there at mid-wicket as the century comes up for Guyana. Maybe a few overs than they would have anticipated. 28 over. 28 over. So not the type of run rate that they were actually going at earlier. As this one is a beautiful delivery there from Joshua Davis. Flighted delivery. Turning past the outside edge here of Rampasad. So it's the end of another over. 28 overs completed, 100 for the loss of 6.
Well, good finish to that over by Davis. A flighted delivery outside the off stump, hitting the wicket and turning and going past the bat into the keeper's glove. A good delivery from around the wicket. And Trinidad and Tobago continue to cause trouble to these batsmen, continue to bowl well. And really the Guyanese batsmen have not given them an answer to everything that is happening this morning. It has gone Trinidad way.
So it will be Pereira once again. It's fair to say he's been the pick of the bowler so far. Very economical. Picked up 2 wickets as well. So he'll be continuing from this Comanche box end. So again, the batter goes back and just punches it back up to the bowler there. Phillips, Rivaldo Phillips, leading the recovery efforts of the Guyanese team, along with the vice captain Rampasad. It's well played there from Phillips. That's the type of batting we want to see more of. It's walking that ball down to mid-on area there. The man there is back on the long-on boundary, so it's an easy single always on offer.
And that's what I'm saying about the skipper for Trinidad and Tobago. You don't give up those runs that easily to batsmen. And when the team are under this sort of pressure, you allow the batsman to take on your field, not give away singles like that easily.
Both batters so far not looking to really play any shot in anger as such. So I think the men there at mid-off and mid-on, they can be in the circle. At least until you see the batter showing a bit more intent. This one again is punched out to backward point region for a single from Rampasad. So slow going here for Guyana. But I think the intention from here will be to bat as much of these 21 overs remaining as possible.
Well, back in the day, we would see that we were setting the field for bad bowling.
Punching this one down too long on there. Shortish delivery there from Pereira. $103 for the loss of 6 wickets.
A lot of easy single. Easy singles. Open airs. Up and down. Just like that.
So it's the end of another over there from Pereira. He's bowled 6 overs so far, 2 for 6. So an economy rate of 1 run per over.
Some really tight bowling here by Pereira. From the time he was introduced, he kept the pressure on the batters and created the opportunities. And he really bowled nicely, tightly, economically for Trinidad and Tobago, and well supported by skipper Davis from the other end.
So twin spin, as they would say. Both spinners in operation at this time. We've seen quite a bit of that throughout the tournament in terms of both spinners or 2 spinners being on, working in tandem. And that has really dented the batting teams on most occasions. As Davis, he starts another over from the Beckway end. 103 for the loss of 6 Guyana. After winning the toss this morning, electing to bat first. Just never really got their innings going, never really got any sort of momentum into the innings. A couple of their big players really giving it away, really gifting their wickets to the opposition. In Trinidad, they've been able to pounce on those loose shots. This one is swept, but well fielded again from Agard. He's very good in the field. He's saved quite a bit of runs in that position so far. Diving away to his left. Big fast bowler there. Trinidad and Tobago team seem to be in good spirits, rightfully so. This one is short of a length again, and Phillips going back, plays it back up to the bowler. $103 for 6. Guyanese team. So another delivery back of a length. Skipper Davis applying the squeeze here on the Guyanese batters. Phillips is on 12 from 27. Rampasad is on 3 from 18. So not this one, I think, took the back of the bat there. Umpire Joseph, interestingly, was about to signal a wide. But that ball has taken the bat off the back. And maybe that's the type of luck the Guyanese need in order to mount a challenge here this morning. So the score moves on to 107 for the loss of 6. 30 overs completed.
Well, a fortunate situation there for the Guyanese, but it brings 4 runs to the batsman. 4 runs to Guyana, 106 for 6. As cricket continues here at Arnisville, it's a lovely day. The sun is out in all its glory. Guyana versus Trinidad and Tobago. West Indies under 19. Rising Stars tournament. As things continue here at Arnisville, we would invite our visiting guest from Trinidad and Tobago, who's probably in a more joyous mood than he was 3 games ago. Mr. Mom Cham, welcome back. And that one is in the air, and another wicket goes, and that will put him even in a better mood. Trinidad has taken another wicket.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Ken Roy. And it's Andrew Rambaran. This guy has bowled absolutely brilliantly this morning. It's his 3rd wicket. And he, of course, one of those players vying for that World Cup spot in Sri Lanka. Not doing himself any harm, really, the way he's bowling.
Well, the Guyanese batters have not responded to him, and he has done exceptionally well. A wonderful inclusion into the Trinidad side for this game.
Yeah. Well, Perry has done well as well. Perry Rambaran really done well with the ball. And Trinidad and Tobago consider themselves right on top here at the moment. It's a difficult track in terms of facing the slow bowlers, you would agree. So that is something Trinidad and Tobago will have to also take into consideration.
Yes, I do agree with you, and knowing that they are not batting as well as they ought to bowl the Guyanese out for a total such as the one that is on the board, 106 for 7, you'll be looking to get at least the Guyanese team for under 150 to make things a little bit more easier for you.
Yeah, I think score in that region could be really competitive here, given the prowess that the Guyanese possess in terms of their slow bowling department as well. We can't disregard that. So Trinidad and Tobago will be looking to end it as soon as they could here. Struck on the pad, the arm ball, probably going down the leg side.
Had some height on it as well. So umpire Abbott had nothing to do with that more than a shake of the head as play continue here at Arnisville.
It's Rambaran giving that one air. I think that is what has made him dangerous today. Giving the ball air on many occasions, just allowing it. He understands that there is a turn on this track.
And every time he gives that ball air, it causes problems. And this is very interesting as well. The bowler who have done exceptionally well so far this morning has been taken out of the attack.
Yeah, I can't understand that. That's Perry, Nelson Pereira. Probably they're going to switch him to the southern end, who knows? But he has done well from this end. Why fix something that is not broken?
Exactly, and I've been saying this, that I'm not too impressed as to how the skippers are handling situations and circumstances, really. That has been the pick of your bowlers, and I think that he should have still be bowling here at the lower order for the Guyanese.
Yeah, well, thankfully for him, Rambaran was able to strike off the very first ball of the over. So that kind of make, you might probably say that is the reason he brought Rambaran to really get the wicket. Let's see if Perry will continue from the fire. Now, if he does not continue from the fire, it'll be very strange indeed.
Well, Skipper Davis have handed his hat over to the umpires.
Well.
So he would continue from that end.
It's puzzling, isn't it?
Well, the skipper is probably saying that was a master stroke. He got a wicket.
He got a wicket, yes.
With 106 for 7, 31 overs bowled.
All in all, though, it has been a good effort by Trinidad and Tobago on the field. I thought that Guyana, when they look back at their innings, they would realize that a number of their dismissals were soft.
Extremely soft and uncalled for.
Quick delivery by Davis there.
The line of Davis is into the body, and he has 4 men on the offside who has not really done any work so far. I'm thinking that he should have been bowling with at least a man in front of the bat and one at mid-wicket to really create that pressure.
Yeah, that short mid-wicket. I'm not too sure if man under the bat, but at least the short mid-wicket. The field setting here has been questionable at times.
This one is hiked down to mid-on. Better running would have gotten him too.
Yeah, Rahman responding there, but I think that had to written all over it. So what you saw at the top of the order with the guy and he's batting, you're not seeing it there with the lower order. These guys at the top of the order, they were really running the first run hard and making those into two. That would have been two this morning.
Yes, the basics of the cricket is not being applied, really. Run your first run hard and look for the others. That is not being applied here as Davis continues to bowl here for Trinidad and Tobago. Skipper, not big at all. That one is outside the off stump. Looking to really put some power on that one. Only success he got was hitting it back to Skipper Davis.
Well, a better delivery there by Davis, giving that one some air. They have to understand that they have to allow the ball to grip on the surface.
This one is hiked over cover. A fine shot by the number 6. It's rushed off the playing field into the fence. 4 lovely runs there.
A lovely shot there by Lovell. Just used his feet beautifully and got underneath that one. It was over the infield and down to the boundary for 4. So he's showing that he has the ability to get to the pitch of the ball. This time it's just down the ground, just out of the reach of mid-off, and that's 4.
And he's showing his intentions. He's not going to be blocking those deliveries. 2 consecutive 4s off the bowling of Davis, Guyana.
I think what Davis needs to do now, Kenroy, is to look to bring Perry from that far end.
Well, left to be seen. Perry, you have been your most economical and successful bowler, taken out of the attack. And soon after that, you got a wicket, but then the flurry of runs has gone in that over. I think that was a missed on behalf of the skipper, really, to have him taken out of the attack when he has done so well for your team.
And the ball is spinning a lot, and that could be problems later. If Guyana get up between 130 to 150 here, that could be tricky. Here's Rambaran, 3 wickets to the good. Excellent delivery again. Continues to ask questions here, Rambaran. Oh, again, brilliant. Great loop there.
With the situation, with the position that Trinidad is in, I'm really thinking that to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men on the boundary against a lower order with a total of 116 for 7.
And this has been the problem with Trinidad and Tobago. I've seen this in this tournament. They had Barbados tottering on 81 for 7. They got up to 158, sorry. And again, you're seeing the lower order come in and frustrate the Trinidad and Tobago players. Now, this is something we see even with the West Indies senior team in Test cricket.
And I think that move of pulling Pereira out of the attack and really open up the field to some easy singles. There's a extra cover, really a sweeper, long off, long on, mid-wicket. So the field is pretty much open for singles. Easy to get as well. Skipper really should have kept the pressure on the Guyanese batters with his bowlers and really cause his field to be within the 20-yard circle. Let them take that risk. They're just sitting back, waiting for something to happen.
And that's the problem. You know, he needs to attack here at this point in time, Davis. Let's see if Perry will take up the attack from the far end. Oh, it seems as if he's going to go with the fast bowler from the far end. So still no Perry.
Well, Perry has disappeared somewhere in the field. Would love to have his figures, though.
Yeah, I think we're getting that at the moment. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 7.
And he's been taken out of the attack.
Davis, 8 overs, 1 for 40. And Rambaran has been absolutely brilliant. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 18. I would have had Perry and Rambaran bowl from now until Thy Kingdom come, and a week after.
Probably introducing some new rules to the 50 over format. As the fast ball has been reintroduced to the game,
I think Perry should ask a polite question of the skipper.
I do agree with you. He may not take it as he ought to, but these things will happen.
So it's Lovell who is leading a bit of a fight back here with 19. Here's Rahman, who has bowled well. I think Trinidad needs to understand that the spinners are doing the business. Bring Perry back on. Because more than taking wickets, he actually dried the runs up to the extent of giving away just 7 and 6 overs.
Yes, and he got his 2 first wickets without a run being scored off his bowling. That is how well the young side bowled.
I don't think he's tired. This one flies off the edge down to third man. Yegard is there.
I think he's just allowing the opposition to get back into this game. And that is something that he can't afford.
What Davis needs to understand here is that when you do this and you allow the opposition back in towards the back end of the innings, you then start your innings feeling deflated.
He started on a negative, really, not completing the job that he should have. Batters know how to go and score whatever they have given to you. And the runs are coming here easily because the field is spread. There's a third man, a sweeper, long off, fine leg, one slip, backward point, well, square cover, short extra cover. So runs are easy to get here from the fast bowlers. Acres of space in the field.
Phillips getting one there.
Again, just playing that ball up to the man at short extra cover, where the man with the golden arm is feeling thus far.
Phillips has done his job here. He understands what's required. He scored 20 or 40 deliveries, but he understands that is what is required here. Still a number of overs to bat. After this, you have, 16 overs to come.
Well, the sun is out in all his glory. The changes have been made. As he played that one defensively, thinking that he should have really pounced on that one that was somewhat short of a length.
Wouldn't have been a bad option. There's no one outside the 30-yard circle on the onside.
I do agree. As well. There's no square leg either. So there's a vacant area there. He has to be careful with his length. Phillips, not small by stature at all, has the reaches.
That's muscled. Powered away into the boundary for 4. So the runs continue to come here for Guyana.
I think the skipper should be kicking himself with those extra runs that have been scored here so far. 3 boundaries from the bat of Phillips since those changes were made.
That's Lovell.
Lovell, sorry. So that brings the end of the over and this second water break. Yep. Guy's going to have some refreshments.
Well,
Probably would huddle and send some, the coach or someone would send some message to the skipper to get things back on track. Or Trinidad will be chasing a total of at least 150 plus.
The way things are looking. Yep. Probably it's a good time for us to catch a break as well.
Yes, indeed. Well, welcome back to Arnisville playing field where the action continues here in the West Indies Under-19 tournament between Guyana
Rambaran
and Trinidad.
Yes, he goes. So 4 wickets to Andrew Rambaran. That was a delivery that he had bowled much better deliveries that were defended. But that happens after the water break. Why is that, Kenroy? Why?
Well, there are a few things that continues to plague this tournament. After a water break, after a break, there are falls of wickets, and then the wickets falls in clusters with all the teams. And then when teams are on top of the game, they allow the opponents to come back into the game by releasing the pressure. You're not seeing that critical thinking.
You're not seeing that, no, and you're not seeing thinking on their feet as well. But take nothing away from Rambaran, the man from Piako. He alone is leading a fight. He and Perry here. The moment 124 for the loss of 8. And young Andrew Rambaran has taken 4 for 18. Not bad at all. You'll take that every day and twice on a Sunday.
Well, good returns for him today in this game. He has been the pick of the bowlers for Trinidad and Tobago thus
You
far.
would remember when we were on commentary at Sion Hill, he took 3 wickets in 4 balls against Barbados.
Yes. Pick of the bowlers for Trinidad for so far. But
I think he's really miles ahead of the others here at the moment on this team. And he really deserves his success. He's a very, very hard worker, Andrew Rambaran.
well, it's been showing in the results. It's been showing in the results. Hard work brings success.
But he has been in that West Indies camp as they look towards Sri Lanka. I was saying earlier on, his performances this season so far, he's probably on the plane. He just has to decide where he's sitting.
Yes, as Guyana continues to struggle here, the performances of the teams have been very inconsistent. Really, we have not seen that consistency coming from the players, coming from the batsmen especially. We have not seen that, except for that youngster from Jamaica, Johnson.
Torn is in and plays this down to Ali. Could he be a thorn in the side of Trinidad and Tobago towards the back end of this innings?
Well, it's left to be seen here. Thorn with the bat. He's exceptional with the ball. Quickest of the bowlers in the tournament so far. For the couple of years.
If I were Davis, at the end of this over, I will find Perry. He's not hard to find. He's a tall lad. Smashed for 6. Bang! It happens at times. That one slipping out of his hands. Full toss. And slapped for 6.
Well, you have not seen bad deliveries from him. Unfortunately, that was a bad one. It was dealt with accordingly. Rushed over mid-wicket into the fence for 6. 6 welcome runs here for Guyana.
In the context of the pitch, in the context of the Guyanese slow bowlers that are available, in the context of the fact that Trinidad is batting second here, that's 12.
The rules are changing as we go along here.
Rambaran, good option, going full and wide.
See the intentions of these batters to get things going. 130 yard. Looking for that 150, which would be a challenge in total for Trinidad and Tobago on this wicket.
Good ball, good comeback. He's a very, very intelligent bowler. Rambaran, I followed his career from its inception. He was West Indies under 15 captain as well. That's well bowled. Rambaran from Vishnu Boys College in Trinidad.
Well, just hitting that line on the off stump. Flat, fast. 2 fast bowlers from Guyana at the crease. Play that in the approved manner. Bat and pad.
Are you surprised that Rambaran hasn't taken a greater leadership role, given his experience over the years?
Yes, I do think so. Coming through from the under 15, skippering, doing as well as he was doing, and continues to do so. Those are persons that you will look to have to lead your team because of their experiences and how well they are doing, so that the others can follow. But we have not seen the introduction of Perry. We have gone back to the fast bowler. But the spinners have done the job for Trinidad and Tobago, and this is something that I think that the skipper has just missed here. He has missed the trick. Should have really kept Perry on to keep the pressure on, and I think that Guyana would have been bowled out by now.
Yeah, I want to think that myself. We're saying Perry, that's his nickname. He's actually Ronelsta Pereira. I remember a couple of years ago when he made the Trinidad under 15 team, I was writing at the Trinidad Guardian at the time, and every time his mom saw me, she said, you spelled Ronelsta wrong. I said, what's the correct spelling? She'll give it to me. I'll go back to the Guardian. I'll still spell it wrong. So she meets me again. You're spelling the guy names wrong. I got fed up. I said, why didn't you give him an easy name like Lal? So that name was also stuck with him with the Trinidad setup. He's a great guy. He's a gentle giant. And he's done brilliantly today. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 7.
Well,
on the pad going across, he's gone. So Rahman strikes. Lovell has to go. And I think what happened there, Thorn?
Yes, Thorn.
Yes, he moved across the line and he was struck in front, it seems.
Yes, getting struck in front of the stump from a straight delivery, really no problem for the umpire. And he raised that index finger and Thorn walks back. Rather dejected, but Guyana would be very disappointed with themselves here this morning after winning the toss and electing to bat. Really got a bad start, but came back with a good partnership and then collapsed in the middle again. Nobody showing that fortitude really to stay and bat as long as possible. The wicket is not hard to bat on, but just be patient and be selective. We have not seen that from the batters, and they are now 132 for 9.
Which I think is about 30 runs too much, given, I think, better choices by Trinidad and Tobago. They could have restricted them for a lot less.
Yes, Trinidad and Tobago would have to apply themselves to get this total from the Guyanese bowling attack. They have a very good bowling attack as well, with Thorn leading the way, the leading fast bowler, and the spinners. So they would have to bat as well and bat deep to get this total because they have not been batting well in the tournament.
Yeah, so Jeremy Sandia is the new man coming in. Well done to Rahman.
New batter, deep square leg, long on, midweek. Still not understanding. Fast bowler, no slip. Bowling to the number 11, a third man, deep square, long on, long off.
And this is number 11.
Exactly. At 132 for 9, you're leading fast bowler.
I think Rahman should have been asking him as well, can I get a slip? Because Rahman swings the ball.
Well, that's the way it is. You have to work with that as it is.
Sandia, the man on strike.
Short lifted delivery there. Played nicely back to the bowler. Trinidad and Tobago would be very much satisfied with the work they have done this morning, aided by some soft dismissals from the Guyanese batters. They didn't have to do much. Not taking anything away from the bowlers, but the batting left much to be desired.
Well, that's well played by Sandia. The opener is out.
Well, they are batting from behind, showing the batters how to do it. You know, the fast bowlers, they like to get the opportunity to bat.
I thought Rampatap at the top looked good.
Yeah.
And really gave his wicket away. Dindial
as well.
Yep.
Was batting well. Here would stayed some time, but then nobody capitalized on what was happening. And they fell cheaply, well bowled, slower delivery outside the off stump. Has that in his army as well. It's just a few dark clouds just hovering over us, taking the sun away from us in Arninsville. But no threat of rain. Guyana 132 for 9.
Rambaran will be looking for 5 here, and it will be well deserved if he gets it.
Yes, he has bowled tightly, smartly, and really kept the pressure on the Guyanese batters from the time he was introduced. Pereira, who came in and did an excellent job. Both of them breaking the back of the Guyanese batting. Still no sight of Pereira. 1 wicket to go to wrap this innings up. Come forward in the proved manner. He has to be careful with flighting those deliveries.
Yeah, the tail enders will look to go.
He has some reach as well. Showed that over 2 ago. Smacking that ball over cover and down to mid-off for 4 consecutively. Ramdaman just being tight, being cautious, keeping it flat and straight.
Good judgment by Lovell. Not really ready to hit that one away. You think he will look to farm the strike?
Well, I think he's looking for that flighty delivery to go over the top. I think the bowler's just like that. Just kind of sort of missing out on that. He's in the toe of the bat. Ball falling short of him, really. Just looking to use his arms. Lovell. He's a tall fella. Look very much balanced in his stance as well. Well played. Trinidad and Tobago has done themselves pretty well this morning.
Well, Trinidad and Tobago will really still have to bat well to get up to that score, given what you said earlier about the Guyana bowlers.
And this is what I'm talking about. That one was flighted and he went for it. Bounced 2-3 times to the man at long off, who does the fielding. That brings you over to an end.
Another good over there from the pride of Piako, Andrew Rambaran.
I think Trinidad and Tobago has bowled well as a team.
Mm-hmm.
They have fielded well, taken the opportunities. 1 or 2 opportunities went begging, yes. But I think they have bowled well as a team. Their only issue is that the batsmen have not come to the fore and given them the runs that they need to be in a better position than they are. Haven't won a game as yet.
Well, you look at the batting lineup and there have been consistent failures at the top. You look at Jagisa. The guy has found it difficult to really get off. He's had 2 ducks and a 15. Here's Rahman. Slow delivery. This is struck away. That's a mighty 6. Full toss.
Lavelle.
Probably going for the slow delivery there. And it slipped out of his hands. But just to back up a bit, Andrew Rambaran has completed his spell. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 27. Your thoughts?
Yes, excellent bowling by him. Himself and Pereira, who came in the middle of the innings and they really put the pressure on the batsman. He bowled well. His spell is ended. And congratulations to him. 1 short of 5 wickets, really. But he has done well for Trinidad and Tobago. Very well. And just to have a little sighter, I think Lovell is looking to score runs. And they're offering up some bad deliveries, so he's making best use of them.
Yeah, it was a really bad delivery there by Rahman. Now it's 139. Psychologically, they'll want to get up to that 150 mark. If that happens, I think Trinidad and Tobago can blame no one else but themselves.
Yes, a couple of moves that wasn't favorable. But cricket is cricket.
Lovell 26 of 25. That one just
having a little cameo.
Yep.
At the end of this
Inside
innings. Mm-hmm. How important would this cameo be for the Guyanese?
So there are 2 batsmen, or 3 batsmen on that Trinidad and Tobago team that they'll be depending heavily on. It's the wicket keeper, Kyle Ramdu, Rajiv Ramnath. He's another, and Kyle Kisundat, who is playing just his second game. He was another surprise why he didn't start. He got an opportunity at Park Hill. He top scored in no time. He scored a rapid 38. Mm-hmm. He was one of the guys who batted pretty okay last time around here. So he's in the team now. So you have Ramdu, who is a classy batsman. You have Ramnath, who I consider the best young batsman in Trinidad. And then you have Kyle Kisundat. So those are the three. At the top of the order, Jakisa continues to fail. This is whipped away beautifully for 4.
The runs keep leaking here. Trinidad and Tobago has to be careful. Runs on the board is runs on the board. They have found it difficult to chase, difficult to put runs on the tin. And Lavelle having a good time here. A beautiful cameo being played by him. How important would this knock be?
I think Rambaran, and I forgot to mention Rambaran amongst them, those three. He's another one who is really a good player. At times he gets carried away. You would have seen against Barbados where he effortlessly struck a 6 and was set up in the same over. So he has to understand as well that he has to be a little more selective in chasing down a total that is 150 at this point in time.
Well, they're edging closer and closer to that 150 mark. They're 143, 143 for 9. Lavelle playing a wonderful innings for his team, Guyana. Runs on the tins. Runs on the tins. You have to go and get it. Trinidad has not been batting well. So 150 would be a psychological advantage to them. And Lavelle is actually palming the strike.
He's a senior man out there, Lavelle. He goes on to 31 at the moment. At the end of that over, which was what? Over number 34, was it? It's 144 the score. 38. My mistake, I think Stacey-Ann and my good man Esnet, is it? Osnet. I like that.
Inching to get it?
Yeah, they'll have to make a return, it seems. Perry's back. All hail Perry. Well, immediately Perry comes back, and there goes Stacey, and I will not return. She thinks that Perry is going to end it. He has bowled 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 7. He has been as tight as the economy in Trinidad.
Oh, my God. That goes around the Caribbean as well.
Wow.
This one is back and pull.
Slammed down the ground. Perry had to move those dreadlocks. So since he came off, Stacey-Ann is telling me, since he came off, 40 runs have since been scored off in 8 overs. So you call it right there. Martin, since he came off.
A flurry of runs to the lower order batting. Trinidad should be a little bit disappointed as to how they allow this lower order to bat and bring this game to 145 for 9.
Should not have reached there. Perry could have done much better as he's doing here. He's right on the money. Your Nelstar Lal Pereira. Here he goes.
Big lad he is.
You wouldn't like to meet him in an alley, wouldn't you?
Well, we would battle it out.
He's such a gentle giant. You'll meet him in an alley, he will smile and give you a candy.
Oh, man. A tap on the shoulder.
Well, ball again. You can see him really performing well here, Pereira.
Really good addition to the Trinidad bowling attack this morning. Has done exceptionally well and continues to do so. Runs have dried up automatically. The introduction of Perry. 4 dot deliveries on the trot. He has done that since he has begun his spell this morning. Difficult to score off of. Another dot delivery. Trinidad would be happy with that. That brings you over to an end.
Yeah, he's now about 7 overs, 3 meetings, 2 for 8.
Can't ask for anything better than that. Cannot ask for anything better than that.
This is limited overs cricket. He should have been in all the games prior.
Well,
Now seeing his first ball in the tournament.
well, he has announced his presence.
And this is the right thing the young man has done. You get an opportunity, you just try to do your best.
Yes, and he has done that and continues to do so. Trinidad and Tobago.
So they continue to rotate the fast bowlers from the far end. Rahman was struck away for a 6 in the last over, so he's off. Agard is back. And with Agard's variety, one would expect him to clean up this last pair. But Lovell has really batted well for his 32.
Probably Lovell is eyeing up that 50 as well. Few lusty blows.
If he makes 50, they will be chasing what? 175.
A few lusty blows would get him across that line. Cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. We have seen these things happening.
I think but the Guyana innings has been one that has fluctuated a lot this morning. They themselves would need to work on that moving forward. Down the right side. Let's wait on the umpire. No signal. He's a giant man, the umpire.
Elegante, a wrestler.
He's a wrestler.
Elegante, that's as big as Elegante. Huge figure.
You would not want to get in a tussle with him. I'll back Osnet against him. I think if Osnet gets in there with him,
Good matchup.
excellent. I think there'll be just 2 lashes. And Osnet strikes him, and when he strikes the ground. Here's Agard.
Just seeing some dark clouds kind of gathering over Beckway, coming down from the eastern side.
So it's Beckway on the eastern side. Yesterday I went to Beckway, and the boat ride back, oh my, it fluctuated just like the Guyanese innings. It was up and down.
Well, it's good sailing weather, man. Enjoy the seas.
I was there with my family. I think we were afraid when we got scared when we saw what was happening. The boat was dipping and coming up, but all Vincentians who were on board, they were smiling and happy and
Normal conditions.
and they were patronizing the bar.
Yes, normal conditions for us.
But honestly, it made you feel better to see that.
Yes, that ferry ride across the Beckway could be very interesting at times. Very.
Isn't it a beautiful island? It's gorgeous. I don't think you advertise it enough, Ken Roy.
Well, normally what I do when I go to Beckway, I take a gravel. It's a lovely place to be.
It's a lovely place because I've been
is.
there. I've been there twice since coming to St. Vincent, and of course posted a lot of photos and stuff. And I can tell you, 7 of my friends have already indicated that they need to come to Beckway. So it tells me that it's not been marketed well. They never knew it existed. Yeah, Princess Margaret Beach is fabulous. I mean, it's awesome.
He's advertising such.
I reached.
He's making himself available to do such.
I even reached
He's
the
doing a wonderful
airport.
job thus far.
Yeah, I reached the airport. Didn't know it had an airport there. And, you know, Vincentian people, they're such beautiful people. I remember walking into the airport yesterday in Beckway. I never asked for Wi-Fi. And a young lady comes up to me. She said, if you want Wi-Fi, you can scan this code. I was amazed.
Hospitable.
Very hospitable. 146 for 9, and that has brought us to the end of our spell. And Stacey Ann is back, and as hard as it is, she's going to bring with her Osnet.
Yes.
Well, Ronilsta Pereira is going to continue. Excellent figures from him so far. 7 overs, 8 runs, 3 maidens, 2 wickets. And Lovell is at the crease. He's really shown his batting prowess here so far, Osnet.
Very much so.
Oh, this one is swing high and long. It's in the air and it's taken cleanly. Our stint didn't last very long. First delivery back in. And we've picked up a wicket. And that will wrap up the innings. A good catch by Orlando James on the long on boundary to dismiss the hard-hitting Thaddeus Lovell, who made 33 of 33 deliveries.
I think fittingly as well, Pereira got that wicket. He has bowled well all morning, really. I was quite surprised to see a break in his spell. I think that really gave back some of the initiative to the Guyanese batter. Not to take anything from Lovell, he played well. That's giving the Guyanese some much needed runs there at the back end of that innings.
Yes, he played really well. 40 plus runs added when Ronilsta Pereira went out of the attack. So some questions there to be answered by the Trinidad team. But I must say, when we are here as pundits and making comments, it might come across as if we're reprimanding the play, but it's also a learning process for these youngsters. So we're telling you something here. Didn't really need to break up the good partnership that you had built between Rambaran, and Pereira, who was stifling the run scoring and picking up wickets for Trinidad. And then they switched things up, brought back the pacer, changed ends for Rambaran, and 40 plus runs were added to the Guyanese team. I think they'll be happy with that after the position they were in, rather.
Yes, given the position that the Guyanese team found themselves in during that period really where Pereira and Rambaran were in operation, they would be quite pleased with 146. It's not the biggest of totals, but what it does is give them something to really bowl at. And we have mentioned the frailties in the batting of the Trinidad and Tobago team. They haven't really put together a complete batting performance in this tournament so far. So it's definitely going to be an interesting afternoon of cricket here at the Annesville playing field.
Yeah, so if you're just joining us, the Guyana team, they won the toss. They decided to have a bat first. They folded their innings on 146. So the batting card, Shahid Vieira, he was dismissed by Fariz Ali, caught Ronilsta Pereira. He made 3 of 9 deliveries. Rampatad Ramnath, he was caught Justin Jagasar, bowled by Andrew Rambaran. He made 16 of 23 deliveries. Mavendra Dindyal was looking so good while he was there, along with Ramnath. He was caught on ball by Andrew Rambaran. He made 18 of 32 deliveries. Shamar Yearwood, very aggressive batter. He was caught by Jason Agard, bowled by Joshua Davis. He made 29 of 35 deliveries. Zinal Ramsamy, he was caught by Abdur Rahman Juman, bowled Ronilsta Pereira. He made 9 of 24 deliveries. Zachary Joda, he was caught Orlando James, bowled by Ronilsta Pereira. He made 2 of 12 deliveries. Rivaldo Phillips caught Kyle Ramdu, bowled by Andrew Rambaran. He made 20 of 41. Jonathan Rampasad caught Abdur Rahman Juman and bowled by Andrew Rambaran. We'll hear that name a lot in this batting card. He made 3 of 19 deliveries. Thaddeus Lovell just dismissed, 33 of 33 deliveries. Caught Orlando James, bowled by Ronilsta Pereira, and Isai Thorne, LBW, by Abdur Rahman Juman. The bowling cards for the Trinidad team.
Well, Agard wasn't his usual self today. 5 overs, none for 21. Fariz Ali, 3 overs, 1 for 15. He got the early breakthrough. Andrew Rambaran, really the pick of the bowlers here today. He bowled 10 overs, 2 minus 4 for 27. Abdul Rahman Juman was 7 overs, 1 for 35. He was steady at times. Joshua Davis, a bit expensive, 8 overs, 1 for 40. And Ronilsta Pereira, also. Very economical today. Thought he bowled very well. 7.1 overs, 3 remainers, 3 for 8. So overall, a good bowling effort from the Trinidad and Tobago team. Hopefully they'll be able to chase down the score and register the first win of the tournament.
Yes, they'll be hoping for that. At this point in time, we will be heading to that luncheon interval. I think Trinidad are happy of the two team at this point in time. So when we come back, the Trinidad and Tobago team, they will need 147 runs to register their first victory. Yes, I apologize to all the viewers due to how quickly the innings was finished. The Trinidad team will resume in about 10 minutes. So stay with us and we'll resume here at the Annisville Cricket Ground where the Trinidad will be in pursuit of 147 runs for victory shortly. Welcome back to lovely Annisville playing field. Beautiful sunshine here. We love to see that on a cricketing day. Action continues in the Cricket West Indies under 19s men's Rising Stars tournament. Guyana versus Trinidad and Tobago. Guyana, having won the toss, they opted to bat first and they were bowled out for 146 runs. The Trinidad and Tobago openers, they're making their way out to the middle. Umpires Maria Abbott from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Mr. Bernard Joseph from Antigua. So the opening batters are Kyle Ramdu, the wicket keeper, and Justin Jagasa. They'll be hoping to see off this period before the luncheon interval. I am joined by Mr. Osnet Kato.
Good afternoon to you, Stacey. Good afternoon to all our viewers all over the Caribbean, more so in Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago following this broadcast. So, as you mentioned, it's a tricky period here for the Trinidad and Tobago openers. A few overs to be completed before we break for lunch. So they'll be looking to get through this period unscathed, really, and hopefully build on that when they return after lunch.
Yes, just about half an hour of play here for these openers to see off. But Isaiah Thorne, quickest bowler on show, he'll have other thoughts as he'll be running into these two opening batters. As we mentioned earlier, the Trinidad and Tobago team, they haven't had the best showing with the bat in the tournament so far. They have been bowled out in all of their previous encounters, so they'll be hoping that they can look to bat 50 overs to get them to that target of 147 runs.
Yes, as
first delivery, wide, angling down, 3 runs to start proceedings here for the Trinidad and Tobago team. They'll welcome that. So 5 runs, 5 without loss, and no deliveries bowled as yet.
Not a good start by Thorne, just angling this one too much down the leg side. Wicketkeeper there can't really prevent that delivery to go, from going to the boundary. But Justin Jagasa is an interesting character here at the top of the order. We have seen quite a bit of him, Stacey, even in the last year's Free-Day tournament. Sometimes he seemed to get off to a good start by hitting a few boundaries, but never really any sort of longevity at his crease.
Yes, and Thorne, that first delivery, probably looking to see if he'll pick up any sort of swing with that new ball. Just started it a bit too straight, and it angled down and went for some wides. Interestingly enough, Osnet, I wasn't able to commentate. I wasn't scheduled to commentate on any of Trinidad games last year. This is my first time seeing Trinidad in action. I mean, I've seen them on the feed, but I wasn't able to commentate on them live. So this is my first time. So you'll know more about them than I do. pitched up, shorter delivery. Just walked off his hips to get off the mark there. So Justin Jagasa off the mark. So the score is now 6 without loss.
Yes, that delivery just climbing on Jagasa. He's not the tallest of players, but was able to just ride that one in the end efficiently down to a short fine leg position. So he's off the mark. Trinidad and Tobago up and running 6 without loss.
So Kyle Ramdu about to face his first delivery to a fired up Isaiah Thorne. I believe he'll be fired up because he's the main man. He's the main threat with the ball as he runs into Ramdu. Fuller delivery, looking for Yorker. There's a mix-up here. Unfortunately, Guyanese team, unfortunately for them, weren't able to capitalize. But Ramdu lives to see another day. He was looking for a single, but his partner, Justin Jagasa, wasn't interested in that.
Jagasa may be sleeping a bit there. It was always going to be Ramdu's call, coming to the danger end. But in the end, he managed to get back there, Ramdu. Definitely would not want to lose a wicket so early, especially to the run-out route here at Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, Thorne pitching that one up. Probably a double bluff. The way the field is set, he has 2 men waiting on the hook.
I'm sure at some point we'll see that short delivery from Thorne. As you mentioned, he has the pace to really trouble some of these batters.
Pitched up again, angling away from Ramdu. Left it quite well enough. It wasn't troubling him in any way, so that's good from Ramdu.
Ramdu is a good player. The type of batter that will give you a positive start. Loves to play off the back foot as well. So it'll be an interesting battle here between him and Isaiah Thorne.
That one is too wide again from Thorne. So not a good start from the main man, Isaiah Thorne. You need to tighten up those lines if he is to be effective to these opening batters. It's a crucial period before lunch, so going to the lunch break with a wicket will really get the Guyanese up and running.
Yes, not the ideal start here for Thorne. Struggling a bit with his line, also with his length.
Yes, he's decided to change angles, so he's now gone back over. He's going over the wicket to the left-hander. Short delivery. This one has been, this taking the edge. Did it? A huge appeal from all of the players when umpire Maria Abbott is on move. Did that shock him on the helmet? Probably shock him on the helmet.
The reaction of Ramdu seemed to suggest that, taking off the helmet right away.
Yes, we need to see a concussion test being done here. It's mandatory now. But wow. That one really rushed him for pace on that occasion. He ducked into that delivery there.
A quick delivery there from Isaiah Thorne. All his pace coming to the fore there. As the umpires doing the right thing. Asking for the physio to come on just to follow the usual protocols whenever a batter gets hit anywhere near his head.
Yeah, we spoke about that short delivery coming really soon, and it did. Really rushed him for pace. He couldn't get out of the way. Huge appeal by all of the fielders, but umpire Maria Abbott, she didn't see an edge on that. Came off the flush of the helmet, went really high in the air as well. Having a mandatory test done now, we're hoping that the young man is okay. Don't want to see any of these players concussed out. But you have the concussion rule now, where if any player is ruled out due to concussion, he can get a substitute fielder, so that's good. That's a good implementation by the ICC board, in my opinion. There's a discussion around substitute fielders for players that get injured while they're in play, isn't it? What do you make of that? Similar to football, you can sub out a fielder, a player, if he gets a serious injury while playing.
Then the issue with that is that sometimes some teams seem to take advantage of this rule in terms of the substitute fielders. I think some years ago in the Ashes, the 2005 Ashes, Ricky Ponting, he was very disappointed with being run out by a substitute fielder. He was saying that England seemed to have utilized his substitute fielders quite a bit too much in his opinion. And so that is something always up for debate. But thankfully for Trinidad and Tobago and for Ramdu, seem to be in good spirit. Can have a restart very soon as the physio makes his way off the field.
Good strong throw there by umpire Maria Abbott over the head of Thorn, unfortunately.
So that delivery definitely gets into the head of Ramdu. This follow-up delivery here will be very important. We're good to see how he plays this one, having been hit so viciously by that delivery.
Short and wide. And signaled so by umpire Maria Abbott.
Yes, a follow-up delivery there. Disappointing from Fon's perspective. Short delivery outside the off stump. Ramdu there trying to just throw that, deposit that one somewhere over deep point, but failed to make connection on that occasion.
Yes, I was hoping that he was going to try and look for a Yorker, pitch that delivery up, as he now has Ramdu on the back foot after having been hit in the head. You saw Ramdu's reaction to that shot, the delivery. He was looking for it. He was waiting for it on the back foot. Flashed at it. Didn't make connection. So, 2 more balls remaining in this over. Shot again. Shot and lifting. Ramdu is not trying to get out of the way. He's trying to fight fire with fire.
It's another good lifting delivery there from Isaiah Thorn. Well aligned, really. Ramdu there trying to maybe ride that one over the third man region, but missing it completely.
Seems to be a bit of confusion in terms of if the over is finished or not. So we'll just wait to see if there's another ball remaining or if they have settled that the over is finished. All right, so I guess it's settled that that over is finished. 8 runs coming off that over. 8 runs mainly via the extras route, so they don't have a lot to play with on the board, the guy and his team. They need to rein that in. New bowler from the Beckwith end is Rivaldo Phillips. Had a handy knock with the bat, so he need to back that up with the ball for his team. Ooh. Tailing away from the right-hander.
He doesn't seem to have the pace of Thorn. Just from that first delivery, seemed to be having a bit of shape away from the right-hander. Mentioned Jagasa, number 98, sprouting on his back. He needs a score. In this tournament so far, he has scored 2 ducks and a 15. So he will definitely need to lead from the front, and this is a good game to start.
Similar delivery. A bit wider on that occasion, but I think Jagasa is doing the right thing at this point in time. Just be a bit more watchful just to see what the bowler is doing.
He's the type of batter who seems to like to get bat on ball. But so far in these 2 deliveries, he's watching it outside the off stump, which is good signs earlier in the innings. Just need to be selective, Jagasa, I think.
Nicely played. And this line that Rivaldo is bowling, I think this is the correct line for his pace. He's not as express as Isaiah Thorn. You saw when Guyana played Barbados, Lovell, actually, Thaddeus Lovell bowled the second over from that end, and he went for 13 runs. I think he was a bit too short, didn't quite execute as well as he should have for his pace, and immediately had to take him out of the attack. So I think this is a good start from Rivaldo. Nicely bowled there. Pitching and leaving the batter a bit. So good, really good start from Rivaldo Phillips.
I think the positioning of the keeper and the slips are going to be very important as well. So far, the ball is not really going through at any sort of pace and dying on the wicket keeper. So maybe he need to take a few steps forward as well as a slip cordon. You don't want an edge really falling short of the fielders in the slip cordon.
Yes, also the follow-up delivery, what I'm looking for to see if he has that delivery that nips back into the right-hander, because that's really the wicket-taking delivery for a bowler that takes the ball away from the right-hander, because he's expecting that ball to move away. So one coming back in might be on the cards here. Nicely done. Walks it away to get a single. It's actually 2 runs, so really good running by these two.
It's a misfield there from Dindial. Gave the batters there an opportunity to come back for a second, but there's good pressure being put on the fielders. We want to see more of that as the innings progress.
So he did bowl that straighter line, but the length was there for the batter to get on top of it and ride it. So you mentioned the slip card, and would you like to see somebody tighter in the gully for Rivaldo? This one is walked off his pads, just too straight there from Rivaldo.
That would not be a bad option, considering what we have seen from Rivaldo so far in terms of taking the balls away from the right-hander. So another player in that slip card and gully region, it can pose to be a wicket-taking threat as well as a run-saving threat as well.
Yeah, so 2 overs bowled, 11 runs, no wicket. So it's a good start for Trinidad, given how they've gone in this tournament so far. I think they'll be happy with that. They haven't lost a wicket, especially to Thorn. They'll need to continue in that vein.
Yeah, scoring at around 5 runs per over. A good start, as you mentioned. Hasn't really been in any sort of trouble so far, except for that delivery from that last couple of deliveries from Thorn to Ramdu, who is off strike, thankfully for Trinidad and Tobago. Thorn seemed to have the measure of him in terms of that short delivery. So it also lends to the point of being able to walk the ball into gaps and get different batters to face different bowlers.
Oh, this one is wide. Yes, a lot will depend on the efficacy of the Trinidad batters in strike rotation and occupying the crease as well. As we mentioned, that they haven't batted all of their overs so far. So that will be key for them today. Extras are helping them though. Another one added to the tally from Thorn, who hasn't quite nailed his line and length. The execution has been off for Thorn today.
Yes, so far. So he'll be looking to just get it right. The team is dependent on an opening spell from him. Being a West Indies on a 19 bowler as well.
Even wider. A really good take from the keeper, Shahid Vieira. He's really walking him out at the back there. He's doing quite well as also.
I was just about to mention he's been busy, even though it's 2.1 over so far. Actually, 2 overs so far, 2 wides at the beginning of this over. He's been very busy from both ends, having to deal with the lack of pace and carry from the other end, and then the pace and bounce of Isaiah Thorn from this end.
Better ball in there, but no man in that third man area. So the ball just edged through there. They pick up 2 more runs. So the field placement, it's really a bit lacking here for the Guyanese team. I'm surprised that they don't have somebody in that third man region. And if you don't put somebody on the third man boundary, then you should at least have the slip cordon filled with more fielders there.
Yes, given the pace of Thorn as well, I would like to think that the captain should have had at least a fine leg or a third man. What we do have is a man at long leg.
Ooh, beaten.
And a man
Good
at
delivery
deep
from
square
Thorn.
leg as well.
Yes, so the plan is definitely coming in terms of the short ball delivery. Since he's not pitching it up as much, maybe you can take one of the fielders on the offside and put him in that slip cordon. For that length delivery that might just take the edge. And it also offers a more defensive feel as well. So if the delivery takes the edge, you will have somebody to field it there. Nicely bowled again by Thorn.
Yes, Thorn here, I think he'll be looking to we just hit that channel outside the off stump, especially to Jagasa. Most of his dismissal, based on what I've seen from him, tend to come edge to the slip cordon. So definitely an option there for the captain to fortify that area in his slip cordon.
This one is walked off the pads. Too straight on that occasion from Thorn. Jagisa seems to likes to play the pace well. He's playing the pace well. Seems to be more the favorable batter to Isaiah Thorn's pace.
That's why I played it by Jagasa. As I mentioned earlier, he always seemed to be a player in control, really. His figures, his runs production doesn't always suggest that. But what I've seen from him is a good-looking player, good-looking young player. And it's just a matter of him building an innings, giving himself a chance, really. Constructing his innings in a way, in terms of getting those singles early, and then he has the power, really, to pick up later on in the innings.
Yes, Thorn is ready to go, but the captain just ensuring that he gets his field placement right. This one is pitched up that time, and that is a resplendent shot of the bat of the young man Kyle Ramdu, who has been pressured by the short bowling, and this time he gets a pitched up delivery and drives it magnificently through the covers.
Yes, Ramdu is a good player, especially through the offside. That delivery there has given him the type of whiff that he was looking for, and he timed it nicely through the covers, and he gets his first boundary. The score moves on to 20 for the loss of no wicket.
Nicely worked, quick single taken. I'm loving this. Oh no, it's overthrows. They'll get an extra run or two here. But I like that from Trinidad and Tobago. Looking to score. The intent to score has been marvelous from these two batters so far.
It's a very good start by both batters. A bit sloppy there from the Guyanese. It's been a rather sloppy start in terms of some wides being bowled. We had 5 wides at the start of the innings, so not the type of start that they would have been looking for, given the fact that this is going to be a very short session, and they'll be looking to just try and get 1 or 2 breakthroughs. But as you mentioned, the Trinidad and Tobago batting, they've been smart, they've run well between the wickets so far, and the partnership is going along merrily.
Yes, 23 without loss after 3 overs. And you always hear the word momentum. You know, Trinidad, they were able to bowl out the Guyana team. For a total, I believe the Guyana team won't be too pleased with after electing to bat first. So Trinidad batters, I think they should be really confident after what their bowling unit was able to do for them.
Very much so. Although we mentioned that their batting team under a bit of pressure, we also said it's an opportunity for the Trinidad and Tobago batting unit to just give it their best shot.
Yeah, and you always have to be wary of a team that has nothing to lose. Trinidad and Tobago, they're in that position right now. Shorter delivery, surprisingly, from Rivaldo. But Kyle Ramdu. That's through his hands at it a bit. Didn't try to hit it with any power. Was just looking to get it into that gap.
We have seen Rivaldo so far against the right-hander, getting the ball to move away from the right-hander. First time he has had the opportunity to bowl to the left-hander. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes.
Oh, pitches it up this time. A bye taken, could have been a run out had the keeper gathered and hit the stump, that is. Wasn't able to do so, and they sneaked through for an extra run.
Yes, Trinidad and Tobago taking advantage of another sloppy moment there for the Guyanese fielding team. It was a delivery that really kept low. Didn't really go through the wicket keeper at a reasonable height. And in the end, Jagasade making a good call, coming through to the danger end, and another single added to the total.
No signal of bye from the umpire, so seem to have got some bat onto that one. Better line there from Rivaldo Phillips.
He seemed to be more confident bowling against the right-hander with the delivery moving away. A couple of deliveries were seen to the left-handed. Ramdu wasn't really in the areas that he was looking for.
Nicely bowled again, and that is why strike rotation is so important. As you find the bowler struggling to a particular batter from another angle, so you get that batter on strike and just upset his rhythm a bit, and that can spell some, bonus deliveries where you can get some runs.
But they've managed to do that so far in terms of getting singles, so they'll be hoping that they're able to continue in that vein throughout this innings.
Oh, this one is hit powerfully over the cover fielder. 2 bounces into the boundary, and good-looking shot there from the young man, Justin Jagisa.
As I mentioned before, he's a good-looking player when he's in full flow. Delivery on the off stump, moving further away, and he just managed to really punch that one over the infield there on the offside and gets himself his first boundary.
He's decided that he knows the length that Rivaldo is operating on, and he can take it on. They've opted to send that man Rampasad back on the cover boundary for that shot. Straight in line, wide signal by umpire Bernard Joseph. So you see the pressure being added, to the bowler from that shot from Rampasad, now trying to be a straighter, not trying to offer him that room to free his arms.
Yes, putting back a bit of pressure on the bowler here. Something I was thinking about is the use of spin. I was wondering if the Guyanese team would have used spin in this short session.
Driven nicely in that gap. Will it get to the boundary? Good work. Oh, just trickles into the boundary. Well, seems to have done a good job in the end. Thought it went over the rope there, but nicely driven from Jagisa.
It's a very good shot again from Jagasa, coming into his own later on in that over. Found the gap there on that occasion, but good feeling there in the outfield. Looks from Yearwood, appears, 75. No, Joda actually, Zachary Joda. So well done in the outfield there, but 3 runs nevertheless for the Trinidad and Tobago team. 32 without loss. They're responding to Guyana's first innings total of 146.
Yes, I must say that they've given them a lot of freebies in this short period so far. It's 4 overs bowled, 32 runs on the board. Thorne hasn't quite executed well. He'll be looking to make amends in this over.
Yes, a scoring rate of 8 runs per over, Stacey. So it's been an electric start, considering what we've gone before in the tournament. Teams struggling really to get their scoring rate anything above 5 runs per over. So this short session here really working out to the benefit of the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Oh, this one is another wayward delivery. Well done by Shahid Vieira to knock it down. So wide delivery. And I understand that you don't have a lot of runs to play with. So you're looking, you're hunting up, you're searching for that wicket-taking delivery. It's not coming at the moment. The best thing I think Thorne can do is just to settle on a line and length at this point in time. And maybe, who knows, that might be a wicket-taking option for him.
Yes, he seemed to be overstriding in this spell, Thorne.
A short delivery. Well handled by Jagisa.
Thorne there. It's going down the wicket. Maybe I'll be asking Jagasa what he's expecting for lunch this afternoon.
Yes, just having a friendly word with the batter. You come to expect this from this young man, Thorne. The last game against Barbados, when he was coming back on to finish his spell from the back way, and he ran all the way down to the striker's crease just to get his hands dried. I was wondering if he couldn't do that at the non-striker's end. pitches it up this time. It's a good smart bowling from Thorn. Bowled that shorter delivery. Now he pitched it up, hoping that the batter would be on the back foot.
I think he's getting the ball to actually come back into the right-hander. So far, he just hasn't found his line, really. A couple of deliveries just angling down the leg side. But that was a good line and good length to Jagasaw, that last delivery. So he'll be using that as a guide, and hopefully he can replicate those sort of deliveries throughout his spell.
Oh, try to hammer it down the ground. But the fielder there, Rampasad at mid-off, got in the way of that. So he's willing to fight fire with fire, Jagisa.
Yes, I think Jagasaw just trying to prove a point there. Was hoping to punch that one down the ground, not getting his timing right. So definitely a good contest here just before the lunch interval. Thorn being a West Indies on a 19 fast bowler. Trying to stamp his authority here, but Jagasaw not making him do that.
This one is badly lined again on the leg side. White signal. And Jagisa has to be careful here. It just might be the last over before the luncheon interval. Not too sure if he might have another over. So he has to be mindful of that. And don't play, don't get too emotional or riled up with Isaiah Thorn and give his wicket away. He still has to play the match situation.
Very good point, Stacey. Don't want to give it away at this point in time.
The ball there by Thorn. So a nice little battle here at the Annisville playing field between these two.
I think they would know each other well as well. I think Jagasaw, he was part of a West Indies under 19 ODI group who played some ODIs in England last year. So he's been in and around the West Indies under 19 setup. Thorn, as we know, he's a West Indies under 19 fast bowler. So both of these players know each other reasonably well. Just trying to get on top of each other at this point in time.
Ooh. Fishes at that one, just missing the outside half of the bat.
Yes, feet really going nowhere there. Jagasaw caught on the wicket, trying to flee at that one outside the off stump. Thankfully for him, he missed it completely.
He was probably expecting a short delivery. The way Isaiah Thorn is fired up, he was probably on the back foot thinking he was going to bang that one in. But I think it's good, smart bowling from Thorn, just trying to slip that unexpected delivery into the batter. Bit of byplay here. Oh boy, these two are fired up. They're up for the battle here at the Annisville playing field. Just a friendly word, as you mentioned. He's probably asking Thorn if he's having fish for lunch.
Very much so. Bit of bantering creeping into the Guyanese play as well. They're very loud, in good spirits. I was trying to encourage their premier fast bowler.
Yes, but very good from Kyle Ramdu, going all the way down there to his batter, and just having a word with him. Probably tell him, hey, we're on top here. Let's stay on top. Let's go to the lunch break without a wicket down. Yes, nicely played there. Settled into that defense quite nicely, Jagisa. So, with that, Thorn was probably trying to rile him up. He realized that it was going to be the last over before lunch and they needed to get a wicket. And with that, we'll go to the lunch break. The Trinidad and Tobago team, they are 34 without loss and 5 overs bowled. Your thoughts on that small passage of play before we go to lunch, Osnet?
Yes, I think the Trinidad and Tobago will be pleased with that small session. We mentioned it can be a tricky period for them, considering that they will have a lunch at some point in time, having completed just 5 overs in that spell. But I think the Guyanese team, though, they were a bit sloppy, gave away a bit of extras. Thorn never really found his line on a consistent basis. And they would be disappointed that they were not able to effect a breakthrough in that particular period. But there's an opportunity for both teams now to go on the lunch break and reassess and come out with some plans in terms of how they're going to go about this run chase, as in the case of Trinidad and Tobago. And from a Guyanese perspective, how is it that they're going to get these wickets? Because more than likely, they will have to bowl out the opposition if they are to win this game here this afternoon at the Annisvale playing field.
Yes, and when we come back, Trinidad and Tobago, they need 114 more runs for victory from 270 balls. And it's simple, the Guyanese, they just need 10 wickets in a hurry. So we'll be right back after the lunch break. Welcome back to the lovely Annisville Cricket Ground here in the beautiful St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And beautiful sunshine continues to greet us. I am Stacey and Adams. I am joined by Osnet Kato. Back after the luncheon interval, Osnet.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Stacey, and good afternoon to all our viewers around the Caribbean and around the world. Looking forward to some interesting cricket here this afternoon.
Yes, so just before lunch, the Guyana team, their innings were wrapped up for 146 runs. Trinidad, in pursuit of 147 for victory, went to the luncheon interval unscathed, 34 without loss after 6 overs. Justin Jagasa, he's there not out, 13 of 21. And Kyle Ramdu, he's 8 of 9 deliveries. The bowlers used so far Isai Thorne, 3 overs 22 runs, no wickets, and Rivaldo Phillips, 2 overs 11 runs. Right away, we see a change from the Beckway end. I believe it's Jeremy Sandia. So now let me confirm the bowler's name for you. Yes, so Kyle Ramdu. Yes, so Rampasad, Jonathan Rampasad is the new bowler from the Beckway end, and he's bowling to Kyle Ramdu after the lunch break.
This is a key part of the encounter here, Stacey. The Guyanese team coming back from the luncheon interval, we saw a change in tactics right away and bringing in their spinners. And much will depend on how the Trinidad and Tobago batters handle the spinners of the Guyanese.
Yes, indeed, and it's been the trend really in the tournament. As soon as the spinners come on, we see a collapse of sorts and wickets falling in clusters. So a lot will depend on these Trinidad batters in terms of their efficacy against spin bowling and occupation of the crease. And I think strike rotation is very important in this period of play.
Judging the way the spinners bowl when the Guyana batted, so the likes of Pereira and Rambaran really turning the screws on the Guyanese batters. Rampasad and company will be looking to do the same against the Trinidad and Tobago batting unit.
No, the Guyanese, they have other spin options to turn to. I was wondering how come they didn't try at least 1 over of spin before the break. Or they've decided right after the break, spin is the way to go. Quicker delivery on that occasion from Rampasad to finish off his over. And the score is 34 without loss after 6 overs. So right away, a maiden over from that spinner.
I was about to say spin seemed to be the way to go throughout the tournament, Stacey. What we have seen is that whenever the spinners have come into the attack, it's either been a case of wickets falling in clusters or a complete break or complete stop to the scoring rate. So a main over there from Rampasad. He's one of the leading spinners here in this tournament, and it's good to see him making a good start there in that over.
Yes, and Isai Thorne, he's bowled 3 overs for 22 runs so far. Quite expensive. I know he'll be disappointed with that outing so far. So he has the ball in hand, and he'll be looking to make amends for his opening spell. That has gone not quite to plan so far for the Guyanese. Quick delivery. Defended, but hitting the inner half of the bat and running away to square leg. So Jagisa, he's up and running after the luncheon interval.
Yes, well played in the end. Getting the inner portion of the bat there. Another shortish delivery there from Thorne. I'm looking at the field and I'm thinking they don't have a lot of runs to play with. And what we've seen from Thorne so far is that he hasn't gotten his lines right. And a few of the deliveries heading down the leg side. We also have 5 wides as well. So I'm not seeing a fine leg or a third man. I think there's an area they need to fortify moving forward.
Yes, he's lacked control so far in his bowling spell. So I just think he needs to just refocus and probably just look to hit the line and length. I mean, that first delivery was spot on. Didn't try to do anything much with that delivery, and it was a good delivery to start compared to how he's gone so far.
Yes, we bowling to Ramdo. We had in a bit of difficulty in the spell before the break.
Pitched up delivery, whipped off the pads there by Ramdu. So he too is up and running after the luncheon interval. He's looking to pitch it up to Ramdu. I know he's probably looking for that short stuff. So just trying to unsettle the batter's mind here a bit, Isaiton.
Yes, both batters are looking to start again, coming back from the break. Doesn't matter what you did before the break, you still have to start, get used to the conditions once again, get used to the bowling, whatever the pitch is doing. So that is generally what these two batters will be looking to do and try and continue in this partnership.
Shorter this time. Rode the bounce nicely on that occasion, Jagisa.
I think it's well played again. That delivery got big on him, but he was able to just stand tall and walk that one somewhere behind square on the leg side for another single. So they've been able to rotate the strike. I think that has been a feature of their partnership so far. Hence the reason why the scoring rate is relatively healthy, hovering around that 6 runs per over.
Shot and lifting into that glove, hitting that glove really hard of Shahid Pereira. One signal for the over by umpire Maria Abbott.
Another short of a length delivery, well played there from Ramdo, just evading that one, getting out of the way.
Yeah, just before lunch, Isaiton and Jagisa, both of them seem to be a bit unsettled there, but much calmer now from the young men. So it's really good to see after the lunch break. Oh, he's hit this one up and over, and I think that will race away to the boundary. One bounce into the fence, helped nicely there by Ramdu to pick up his first boundary after the luncheon interval.
That's another good shot there from Ramdu. We have seen that any whiff outside the off stump, he has taken full advantage. Even in his spell before lunch, really, he managed to crash one through the offside. That delivery there, short and wide, and just playing it uppercut really, over point. A safe shot in the end, one bounce into the fence. So he's up and running again after lunch.
Yeah, used the pace and the width on offer. So a really smart shot from the young man. Change of angle from Isaiton, but still a wide delivery from him.
Yes, short and wide again. Ramdu would feel that he would have missed out there on a scoring opportunity. It had all the time in the world to deposit that somewhere in the vicinity of the previous delivery, but he missed it completely.
And what I'm seeing from Isaiton, as soon as he gets back to his mark, he's ready to run in. Look at that. He's not really settling and having a think about things here. Shot again and wide. Signal once more. So he's just looking to run in hard and not really think about how he should approach it to each of these batters. Yes, I can see that they have a plan with the short ball, the way the field is set. However, at this point in time, it's not quite working out too well for the guy and his team. So maybe they need to reassess how they should go about their bowling plans against these two batters.
Not working out at all. We've seen quite a bit of extras from Fawn. He will need to get it right and get it right pretty soon, because not a large total on the board.
Shot again. Looking to have a flash at, well, he had a flash at that one. Missed out once more. And that brings an end to the over. 43 for without loss after 7 overs. So good going by the Trinidad team so far.
Another good over there, 9 runs coming from that over. So they've been able to maintain a healthy scoring rate so far, the Trinidad and Tobago openers. Scoring rate of around 6 runs per over so far. They will take that any day, especially chasing such a small total. You want to get that start, that platform, and Jagasa and Ramdu definitely giving them that here this afternoon.
Yes, so at this point in time, the Guyanese team, they need to find a way to get a breakthrough. You know, they need to get some pressure filled overs to these two batters because they've been scoring quite freely since their introduction to the middle. So some tighter overs. Rampasad bowled a maiden over, but he wasn't backed up well at this end. They were able to score 9 runs off that over, to be exact, from Isaiah Thorn.
Bowling is all about bowling in partnerships. And so far, this partnership of Thorn and Rampasad not off to a great start. It's a key moment of the game, as we mentioned, with the spinners in operation. Wondering how many more overs the captain will give to Thorn.
Comes back and works it nicely. Fielded there by Shama Yearwood at fine leg. Yes, I believe given the state of the game and given how expensive he's been today, it's not really like him. Yes, he has pace, but hasn't quite exhibited control today. And I think with this low score, you need wicket-taking options, but you also need control from your bowlers to restrict the Trinidad batters.
Very much so, Stacey.
The way the batters are looking, they intend to score. It's really good to see, given how they've gone in this tournament so far. The Guyanese team, they really need to find a way to get a breakthrough. This one is short and muscled to the square leg area, and he picks up another boundary, and the score moves up to 47.
Yes, the first poor delivery really that we have seen from Rampasad. A short delivery, and there was Ramdu ready to pounce really. Pulled it nicely. He's a good time off the ball, Ramdu. Hits the ball cleanly.
Looks to go for that one with no feet. Goes into the glove of Shahid Afridi, who's been doing a good job for his team with the glove so far. Hoping for an edge to come into his lap.
Stacey, I'm not sure if Shahid Afridi is your favorite player of all time.
Shahid Vieira, I'm so sorry about that. But you see how the mistake can be made, right? Shahid Vieira. I'll probably have to go and rehearse that name quite a few times just so I can get Shahid Afridi out of my mind. And that's the end of the over. Quick over there from Rampasad, and the score is 48 without loss.
Yes, another good over there. 5 runs coming from that one. Just maintaining the scoring rate that they've done so far in the innings. 48 without loss. 8 overs completed. We have Ramdu, he's there on 17 from 23. And Jagasa is on 16 from 25. So a reasonable scoring rate from both batters. It means that they're not bogged down in any way. And they're scoring freely. So all they need to do is just continue in that vein, walk the ball into the gaps. And we have seen so far that whenever a bad delivery has presented itself, they're able to take advantage of it.
Well, they're persisting with Thorn. And right away, the batters, they're able to pick up 2 more runs. Looking for a short delivery. But errant in line and wasn't in control of that. I don't think that's where he wanted to hit it. Jagisa, however, he managed to get 2 more runs to add to the total, which brings up the 50 for Trinidad and Tobago.
We were wondering if the captain would actually employ him for a further over. We've seen that the captain has shown some confidence in him. I think he needs to repay that faith from the captain.
Squared up on that occasion. A good hand from the man in the gully area. Keep that down to 1.
I think Thorn here maybe trying a bit too hard. Realize that the total is not a large one really. And he needs to be the leader of the attack here, being the West Indies under 19 fast bowler. So maybe striving for a bit too much, too early, and really losing his bearings with some of the deliveries we have seen so far from him.
Yeah, and that's what pressure can do to you. Pressure can have you looking for something where there isn't anything really. They did not require less than 100 runs to win the Trinidad and Tobago team. It was pitched up. And Ramdu was looking for a drive through the cover area. Didn't make connection.
I think Ramdu is prepared to really fight fire with fire when it comes to Isaiah Thorn. Earlier before the break, Thorn would have given him a short delivery, which hit him on the region of his helmet. So since then, he has been really prepared to But anytime, whenever a delivery presents itself outside the off stump, he has tried to just flay it through the offside.
It's straight to the man. Again, no feet really. He didn't move to it. I think he was probably expecting a short delivery. No short deliveries were really bold in that over. Nothing to really get overhead height. And he was on the back foot. Got a fuller length delivery and ended up driving it straight to that fielder, Jeremy Sandia. A short delivery comes, knocks him off his feet.
That was always on the cards. A short delivery from Thorn. As you mentioned, he has presented some difficulties for Ramdu before the break, the lunch break. Ramdu, on a couple of occasions, has actually played a very, very good shots for the offside. So it's a good battle here between these two. And from Trinidad and Tobago's perspective, they'll be hoping that Ramdu can come out victorious in this mini battle versus Thorn.
Yeah, and I must commend both of these batters. Anything that looks as if it's getting too big, they are prepared to get out of the way of it. So good going from them so far. This one is pitched up and smashed to the covers. That went like a tracer bullet to the fence there.
Well, we spoke about the way he's actually set up facing Thorn. He's actually looking for that type of delivery. And on the third occasion now, he has managed to crash Thorn through the offside. As you mentioned, went like a chaser bullet there.
Yeah, it's just anything pitched up. I see that Ramdu is prepared to throw his hands at it and hit it as hard as possible. So 9 overs bowl, 55 without loss. Trinidad in a comfortable position at this point in time. They now require 93 more runs from 246 deliveries.
Yeah, 7 runs coming from that over from Thorn again. Another expensive over from him. 5 overs so far. He has bowled. Very expensive. And the captain would definitely have a major decision to make here in terms of whether or not he changes the bowling from this end, commentary box end. In the meantime, Rampasad, it will be Rampasad from the Beckwith end, bowling to Jagasa.
Huge appeal there from everyone. Not out, says umpire Bernard Joseph. Looking to whip that one off his legs. The keeper, Shahid Vieira, he was quite confident. But not out, says umpire Bernard Joseph.
Yeah, most of the infielders were very confident. But the man who have all this say in this situation, he was not perturbed by that loud appeal.
I think, misfield there by Rampasad, and they get a single. So these unforced errors, they need to clean them up because they don't have a lot of runs to play with. 10 wickets in the bag, for the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Yeah, we've seen some sloppy cricket from the Guyana team in terms of their fielding, and with such a small total on the board, it's not what you would recommend.
Nicely worked. A huge appeal again. I'll see if the signal, they end up getting 2 runs. I'll wait the signal of the umpire to see if it was pad or bat. Yeah, so seemed to be some bat on that one from Ramdu. Picks up 2 more runs.
Yeah, run scoring continued to appear easy from the commentary box here. Both batters scoring relatively freely so far.
Yeah, as much as we're surprised by Isaiah Thorne bowling from this end, I'm also not too surprised that he's persisted with him, given that there are points for fast bowlers on offer in the tournament when they pick up a wicket. This one is swept nicely behind square. They pick up just 1 run. Yes, given that they get points for fast bowling in the tournament, so I believe the captain is thinking, this is my fastest bowler. He is a wicket-taking option, and I need him to produce a wicket for me, pick up those points, and, of course, you get a wicket. Unfortunately, it hasn't quite paid off for him, so I believe there might be a change from this end.
Talking about points, Stacey, In terms of the points table, we have Trinidad to the bottom of that table, 3.4 points, followed by Guyana, 4.8. So both teams really lingering at the bottom of the table. Then we have Barbados, they are 6.2, Leeward 6.6, Windwards the 12.4, and Jamaica 15.4. These totals were before the start of this round 4. As another over comes to an end, 10 overs completed. Trinidad and Tobago responding to 146 made by Guyana all year. They are 59 for the loss of no wicket.
Yeah, so a change from the commentary booth end. Jeremy Sandia is going to have a bowl. He's a left arm spinner.
Just as we suspected, skipper opting to give Thorne a rest, maybe bring him back from the other end, try and see if there could be a change of luck. The spinners really will have to do it here for Guyana, both of them bowling in tandem. We saw another left arm spinner when the Trinidad and Tobago team bowled Pereira. He came in and bowled a very economical and effective spell.
And then he was taken out of the attack, much to the dismay of some of our commentators. And then they went for 40 odd runs after he came out of the attack.
I think we could term that as the shock of the day.
This one a bit flatter from Jeremy Sandia.
Jeremy Sandia is a bowler with a good action. Gives the ball a bit of air. Can turn it as well. I'm sure these would be useful conditions for him.
Too short. And this has been punished into the gap at mid-wicket, and it will race away to the boundary for 4 more runs. I was just about to say before he bowled that delivery, he just needs to get it up a touch more to the batter. Give it some more air, as you mentioned. He's just been a bit too flat, too short on that occasion.
Yes, Ramdu continue to punish these bad deliveries being served up to him, and that is what you want to see from the top order batter. There was Sandia bowling a bit too short, and he was able to just pull that one in the region of deep mid-wicket and get himself another boundary. He moves on to 28 from 32 deliveries.
So goes for a big swing down the ground, makes a connection in the inner half of the bat. He was disappointed with the shot that he didn't make sufficient connection, and wasn't wary of the second run and offer really. If he had turned and gotten down quickly and turned to look for that second run.
A better length there from Sandia. This one given a bit of air. Ramdu, his eyes lit up on that occasion. Kind of lost his shape there. Just managed to get the inner portion of the bat and gets himself another single.
Tries to walk it in the gap. Well fielded there by Rampatab Ramnath. Batting looks easy for these two at the moment. One tries to pull it away, but the ball kept moving away from him. In the end, he had to just check his shot and just played it down to Jonathan Rampasad there at mid-on.
So it's the end of another over. 5 runs coming from that one from Sandia. So Trinidad and Tobago continue to pile on the runs here in a relatively comfortable manner as well. 64 without loss. So 11 overs completed. So a scoring rate of just around 5.8 runs per over. At the beginning of the innings, the required run rate was just below 3 runs per over. So they've managed to overcome that. And I don't think run rate will actually be a problem here this afternoon. Trinidad and Tobago bat any number of overs, they should be able to win this game comfortably. Guyana, on the other hand, they'll be looking for wickets. Wickets would be the order of the day for them. That's the only how they're going to get back into this contest.
That's the only way. Wickets in a hurry, wickets in clusters. That's what the Guyana team should be thinking right now. Some air given on that occasion, just flighting it up a bit more to Ramdu. Nicely bowled, nicely played. Good piece of cricket by these two youngsters.
I'm looking at the field. It's a rather spread field. A man there short mid wicket, short square leg. A man there in the cover, backward point. So a lot of gaps there for the batters if they want to punch the ball into the gaps, and a lot of singles on offer. That's a slip there, a solitary slip. The off spinner ball into the left hander. So wicket taking option.
Looking for that single. It's not on. One turn and bounce a bit away from the bat of Ramdu. But 4 deliveries in the over so far and no runs scored. They had opportunities to get a run, at least a run or two in this over. Ooh, there's an edge that time, is it? Doesn't go to hand. Bowler is disappointed about that. Yes, it was dropped by the keeper actually. And couldn't go to hand to Mavenja Dindyal at first slip.
It's a tough chance there from the wicketkeeper Vieira. Yes, kept good so far. But that's a difficult chance, but those are the type of chances you need to take, really, especially defending a total of 146. It's the end of the 12th over. At the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago is 65 without loss. Jagasa, he's on 20. Ramdo, he's on 30.
Yes, every time the Guyanese team look up at the scoreboard, they'll feel a lot more pressure. And that is really causing the bowlers to go searching for a wicket. Simple line and lengths might be more helpful for them instead of searching for something to happen. You know, the bowlers, they can try mixing up their pace a bit just to upset the feet of the batters. But so far, it's been really easy going for these batters. And even the field setting, the field is quite widely spread, as you mentioned. It's less than 2 runs. It's about 2 runs and over that they require at this point in time. So, need to put more pressure on these batters. This one is tossed up. Had it not been for the bowler's agility to get across to that, it could have been an easy single. This one is a bit short and wider, slapped through the covers, but it'll just be a single.
Run scoring continues to appear easy out there in the middle from these two. Just going along their merry way, scoring at a reasonable rate, both batters. Not under any sort of scoreboard pressure.
Yes, not under scoreboard pressure, not under pressure by the captain in the field. I get that both batters are set right now, but you have to ask these batters to make a mistake. At this point in time, it's easy going for them. I mean, I'll be really surprised if one of these batters decide that they're going to take on a delivery that isn't there for a shot and send it straight to one of these fielders in the deep. Short of a length, pulled. Bit of indecision in the running. They get through for 1 in the end. The man there, Rampatab, couldn't stop that from going into the gap.
So a quicker delivery there from Sandia, showing a bit of variation in his bowling. But Jagasa was able to just get it out to the man there at mid-wicket. And they go through for a single in the end.
Oh, he's given some width on that occasion. Oh, just a bit of poor fielding. He slipped there. The man's in a Ramsamy. He got around quickly to it, but just slipped when he was about to pick it up, and it went through for 4 more runs for Ramdu. The score moves up to 71. 13 overs bowled. Kyle Ramdu on 35 from 42. Justin Jagasa, 21 of 36. At this point in time, I'm going to hand you over to Mr. Vinod Mamchan and Osnet Keto.
So 13 overs completed, 67 without loss to Trinidad and Tobago team. As I'm joined here by Mr. Mamchan with a broad smile across his face. I'm not sure if it's the lunch that he just ate or the proceedings this afternoon.
Well, everything seems to be working fine. That lunch was really sumptuous, wasn't it?
It was.
Hospitality has been absolutely brilliant here in this country. So it's Jagisa was back in his crease, and this is good for Jagisa. He's spending time out there. Ramdu, of course, has been attacking. Ramdu loves to play through the offside, has had his challenges early on with the short deliveries from Torn, but Torn, to me, Osnet, I think he was too wayward for being a leader of an attack.
Very much so. I think his captain
Has to be careful, pushing half forward there.
I guess captain would have been looking for a bigger spell from him, being the leader of this attack. As you mentioned, he was wayward, never really found the right lines and length to bowl to the different batters.
This is good running. Trinidad and Tobago has really batted well, the both openers, and they've ran the Guyana field that's ragged, so to speak. I think it has been a very poor display so far by the Guyanese in the outfield.
Very much so, and that is not really characteristic of this Guyanese team. They're normally a good fielding unit. But somehow, Trinidad and Tobago batting has really put them under a bit of pressure. Running between the wickets, been top notch so far.
Jagisa don't seem to know too much about that one. He gets a single down behind square.
I think before play, Mamchan, we had a chat about Jagasa, and we were saying that so far in the tournament he hasn't really given you anything to write home about as such. But this is a very important innings for him.
Yeah, he needs to spend time out there. I think I was corrected by his dad when I went down during the lunch break. He said he did not make 2 ducks, was 0 and 1.
So a distortion of 1 run, which we can ignore at this point in time.
Yes.
He's also a player, I think, I look at him and I see that he has some batting ability.
He has.
Even in last year's tournament, the 3-day tournament, he's the type of player that will play that lovely cover drive in the first over of the match, and you say to yourself, wow, this is a guy that can play. But somehow he hasn't been able to string a set of performances together and really justify the talent that we can see that he has.
I think spending time out there might be the best thing for him. So I stand corrected with that stat. I'd like to say a very good afternoon to Mr. Faraz Ali in Trinidad. Hope all is well. So Sandia is going to continue. Left arm orthodox. He'll want to emulate, as you rightfully said earlier on, the performance of Pereira earlier on today. Had 3 wickets for 8 runs, was it? That's brilliant, Pereira. And this time he's bowled him neck and crop. Pushing forward there was Ramdu. Again, that one just sneaked in. He's looking at the bottom of his bat. I don't know if he probably just had an on the edge onto the stumps. But a good knock from Kyle Ramdu. Not 37. He showed some class. As I said before, I made it very clear earlier on today. If Trinidad and Tobago has a chance of chasing down this target, it has a lot to do with Ramdu. He has delivered.
It's a beautiful delivery there from Sandia. Typical off spinners, left arm spinner dismissal, giving it a bit of air. Ramdu there may be a bit loose. in that stride out. Just bowl him through the gate.
Amlu seems to be having some issues just on and about that off stump. And twice he got dismissed court behind with deliveries just outside the off stump. I think he was a bit tentative, as you rightfully said, to come out. Now, coming in is Kyle Kisundat. We spoke about him earlier on, so one Kyle replaces the other. Kyle Kisundat had 35 odd in the last game, looked very good indeed. And he is also another talented player. You would have seen him last year, wasn't it?
Yes, I did, and he's one of the players I was looking forward to bigger things in last year's 3-day tournament. So I'm quite a bit of him at Park Hill earlier on in the tournament. Really showed glimpses of his talent. But once again, another youngster who hasn't really produced the runs to back up the talent that we know that he has.
But he has to get the opportunity. He wasn't given the opportunity. This is just his second game. Trinidad and Tobago languishing towards the bottom end of the table, and this is only his second game. So, you know, you have to know your players and you have to give them the opportunity, to showcase themselves. What he has done, though, he got an opportunity in the last game and he grabbed it.
This number 3 position is always a key position in any batting lineup, any form of cricket. So he'll just be looking to build on the good start that they have been given so far by Jagasa and Ramdu.
Trinidad should go on to win this at 75 for 1.
I know viewers might say that we've been repeating this all day, but what we've seen in this tournament is that wickets tend to fall in clusters. And again, I will be mindful of that.
Sandia. I thought there was value in Guyana opening the bowling, probably with Torn and a spinner at the other end, given what we have seen today.
Yeah, spinners have been the order of the day throughout the tournament, so I thought that would have been a good decision, especially considering that that period of play before lunch wasn't going to be a long one. So it would have been an opportunity to see what response the spinners would get from the wicket.
Yeah, I thought the Guyana captain, Dinial, made an error in keeping Torn on too long.
Well, as we were saying, it's a thin line really. As a captain, you know that he's your premier fast bowler, but as you mentioned, he was not really having the best of days.
Can't be switched on every day.
Maybe that really gave Trinidad a 20 or so, too many runs at this stage.
Here's Sandia. That's a good delivery. Well left by Jagisa.
So another good over there from Sandia. A successful one for him as well. 1 run coming from it. It's about 3 overs, 1 for 12 so far. Trinidad and Tobago making a strong fight back here. Strong comeback, actually, in this game. Chasing down 146. There's 76 for the loss of 1.
Wow. Stacey Ann is telling me that Torn has gone for almost half of the runs. 38, half exactly, 38. You can't afford that, Osnet, when you're defending a small total.
Very much so.
So, short delivery, looking to get off the mark. Just wants to feel that ball onto the bat there, Kyle Kisunda. He knows that if he beats backward point, he could race away for 4. The outfield has quickened up with the sun. So that's good for Trinidad and Tobago in this run chase.
Yeah, we were speaking about the outfield earlier when the Guyanese were batting. Maybe cost them about 20 or so runs, would you say?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Dropped. In fact, he's run out, is he? There's an appeal for a run out at the non-strikers, and the umpire is unmoved. I think Jagisa would have been in his crease. The umpire just bringing... It's explaining what happened there.
I think the umpire on that occasion was more concerned about getting out of the way, really.
Yeah. Probably was not in the right position.
don't have the benefit of a replay really to see the position of Jagasa. The umpire in the end ruling that he was indeed in his crease.
I think the umpire did the best thing there. I'll tell you why. If he didn't see, he can't make a decision.
Very much so.
So not still struggling to get off. Yeah, he's normally a free flowing batsman. He's on one, but he likes to score. He likes to keep the scoreboard ticking. He just needs to take his time. A lot of time to get these runs. That's a brilliant delivery. Came back sharply.
We've seen a bit of turn on this wicket. Rampasad there getting that ball to turn sharply there on Kisunat. This wicket, maybe the change of tide starting to act up.
Yep. You have to be careful here now. I think the tide is up. All of a sudden. Spitting sharply. I think he has to be careful here now.
I think this is an important period of the game where both spinners are in operation. We've seen so far in the tournament, most of the captains, they've used their spinners for their full quota of 10 overs on a trot, barring the Trinidad and Tobago captain today. So I think both of these spinners will bowl their quota of overs. If Trinidad and Tobago is able to negotiate them well, then they should win this game reasonably, comfortably.
Look at that. It's really started to turn here.
With this turn, though, I'm wondering if the feel is the right feel. Considering that you need wickets. Wickets is the order of the day. Seen quite a bit of feelers on the boundary.
Yeah, I think it, and I've seen this on too many occasions where captains in the region are too defensive. You should have a second slip in position. At least.
Sandy getting the ball to turn appreciably from the right-hander.
Yes, put a limit off in position. Just to give the batsman something else to think about. This is swept away nicely by Jagisa. And they're going to come back for two. So again, because of the turn, you can see him trying to pitch it outside the legs of the turn back. Trying to see if he can get Jagisa at the top edge. It didn't work.
Yeah, got a bit greedy there, Sandia. Just need to just continue on that line, pitching middle and off stump, moving away.
Dropped. Jagisa back and dropped that first slip there by Dindia, who hasn't really had a good game at all.
This one was a bit quicker as well from Sandia. Managed to induce the outside edge, and Dindia there not getting a hand to it actually. So another difficult opportunity given up by the Guyanese. We've seen that on a couple of occasions now. One is punched down the ground there nicely by Jagasa. A shot that we have seen him employ throughout this innings. Just getting off strike.
It's actually brought the over to an end. At the end of over number 17. It's what? 81 for the loss of one.
It's 81 for 1, 17 overs completed. So the spinners have been able to just bring down the scoring rate a bit. At one point in time, they were scoring at 6 runs per over. So as we've seen in the tournament, spinners tend to put a break on the scoring, as well as give wicket-taking opportunities to the fielding team.
Rampasad continuing from the backway end.
Hearing a bit of music in the background there. I think there's a show going on pretty soon, starting very soon. I'm not sure if after this game finishes in your favor, Mr. Manchan, you take a walk up there.
I might do that. I went off during the lunch break and I saw all the lovely people going in there. That should have been 2.
There's a bit of slack running there from both of these batters. We were just praising the running between the wickets, especially between Ramdu and Jagasa. Really put a bit of pressure on the fielders.
Looking for a single, it's not there. Seems as if Guyana, they're just waiting for something to happen. They have to try to make something happen.
It's rather reactive here, the Guyanese. Hoping for a bit of magic from one of their spinners. So Sandia providing that in the previous over.
Ooh, look at that turn.
The ball to bounce as well, Rampasad. Putting quite a bit of revolutions on this ball.
So 2 to Kisunat, 29 to Jagisa. Trinidad and Tobago just losing 1 wicket. Look at that again. Pitched outside the off stump and called wide. Spun right across it.
An appreciable turn here at the Annesville playing field. So Dindy, the captain, signaling where he wants the bowler to bowl. I think the bowler can safely say he actually bowled outside the off stump. It's just a matter of the turn. That last delivery emphasizes the point that we were making in terms of how easy it is to actually accumulate these singles. Having a long off and long on in position there. It was always just an easy shot there from Jagasa. As the 18th over comes to an end. At the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago, they're 86 for the loss of 1.
Tobago heading to what should be their first win in this tournament. They had no result in the last game.
Something I wanted to ask you about though, I was reading an article online earlier before this tournament. I think one of the ministers or somebody was mentioning that this is perhaps the most prepared under 19 team they've had.
It was the president. He said it was the best ever under 19 team to leave Trinidad and Tobago.
So
The president he came out, he made a bold statement, and that should have motivated these players.
I was actually looking forward to more really from the Trinidad and Tobago team. Maybe they're saving their best for the latter half of this tournament.
I know that they wanted to get the double.
Just an update for our viewers in terms of the other games. Barbados versus Leeward Islands. Barbados, they made 168. Leeward Islands, they're 64 for free. And Windies versus Jamaica. Windies, they made 110 all out. Jamaica, they're 96 for 2. So Jamaica continue to put up these good performances.
Pulled away. That's a lovely shot by Kisunat, and it'll go for 4. Just given the room to play the shot, it was too short.
It's too short indeed there from Sandia. Looking to push that one a bit through. There was Kisundat, as we mentioned, he's a free scoring player. Just rock back and pull that one in the region between mid-on and mid-wicket. Got himself another boundary. 91 it is for one. Just looking at those other results, I think we can fairly say that Jamaica appears to be the most consistent team so far in this tournament.
Well, the Windward Islands will tell you that had the rain not intervening, they might have won their last game to remain unbeaten as well.
This was always going to be a top of the table clash really between the Windward Islands and Jamaica, and today over at Sand Hill appears that the Jamaica, they're in the box, the box seat really.
Yeah, once the Jamaicans win that, I think they will be crowned champions. There's no one to catch them. Unless the Windwards win, in fact, the Windwards had a no result as well. So once the Jamaicans win, that's it. So Jarissa goes, Trinidad and Tobago loses their second wicket. Jarissa has to go for 31. It's now 92 for 2.
That's another beautiful delivery there from Sandia. Very good action he has. Gives the ball a bit of air. Something similar to what happened versus Ramdu. Just flighting the ball a bit and extracting a bit of tone and bounce. Jagassar there coming forward. Ball taking the outside edge. Good catch there from the wicketkeeper Vieira. So Trinidad and Tobago, they lose a second wicket. 92 for 2. They require further 55 runs from 187 balls as the player take a drinks break here. And we are going to do that as well up here in the commentary box.
I just led with him. So you lead. What you want me to do? What you want me to do? I go lead. Yes, welcome back here. We just saw a wicket falling off that last delivery of Jeremy Sandia's over. Justin Jagassar, who's batting so well. Another set batter dismissed. And the Trinidad and Tobago team, they'll be hoping they don't fall as other teams have done in the tournament, losing wickets in clusters.
Yeah, Osnet was saying that, the pattern in this tournament is that teams are losing wickets in clusters. Trinidad and Tobago will hope that that is not the case. Rajiv Ramnath is the new man in.
Also have a change at the Beckway end. The captain Mavenja Dindial, after seeing all the turn just Jonathan Rampasad was getting, he decided that he's going to take up the attack from this end and give Jonathan Rampasad rather a little break from proceedings.
Yeah, well, he was indicating to him that he was bowling the wrong line because of the turn it was being signaled wide. So let's see what he can do. Probably wants to exact that control quick through the air, so he's not going to get that type of purchase on the surface. Here's Dindia.
Too short, pulled away, just falling short there of the fielder Thaddeus Lovell on the mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, well, that could have been curtains there for... I could have been curtains there for the young man, Kisundat. He has to be careful. ideal opportunity to get a knock here.
So Rajiv Ramnath to face his first delivery. Played a bit uppishly there. One bounce to the skipper, Mavenja Dindyal. Could have had a return catch.
Trinidad and Tobago will want to just forge a partnership, have a partnership between these two. Take it up to about 120 or so.
And that's something we highlighted with the field setting. It's two fairly new batters in the middle. Rajiv Ramnath just facing his second delivery, and the field is still well spread. It's a turn there. We'll wait on the signal from the umpire to see if he got some bat on that one. So leg by is the signal from the umpire. So they still have 3 men out. At the end of the over, the 20th bowled, 94 for 2. So what do you make of this field setting? Do you think?
I'm not in agreement at all. I find that Dindyal is being ultra defensive. Yes, you're defending a small total. So on one hand, you want to defend, the other hand, you need to take wickets. He needs to understand that if Trinidad and Tobago bats for any length of time here again, the game is over. You cannot defend that in terms of keeping the run rate down. If Trinidad and Tobago bats 50 overs, they'll definitely get this.
Indeed so. They just need 54 from 180 deliveries. Jeremy Sandia is going to continue. I don't know if it's a case of him not trusting his bowlers too much, because it's something that I highlighted from the Guyanese bowling attack, even from the last game. Their bowlers will have some moments of brilliance in the 6 balls that they bowl, but for some reason it's been interspersed with some very loose deliveries that the batters can capitalize on.
So Ramnath has to be careful here with Sandia.
I think the Trinidad batters might be thinking the Guyanese team they are being quite generous with the field setting. It's quite easy for them to nudge and nudle and pick up a single.
Well, they wouldn't complain at all, would they?
Got himself in a bit of a tangle there. Not too sure what to make of that shot. Probably looked as if he was trying to dab it behind the man at slip. It's a better ball from Sandia. If he can maintain that line and length, I think they can even look to bring up the man at long on.
Yeah, I don't think Ramnath will be going over the top early in his innings.
Looking for a quick single. They've actually decided that they are going to bring up long off into the circle. With the ball turning away, the easier hit, if he is to go up and over, will be up and over the fielder that's in the circle right now, as compared to the fielder that's back on the circle at long on.
Yeah, if he has to clear on, he has to across the line.
It's a bit wide. They look for a quick single. Easily done. A bit of misfield there by Isai Thorne. Get through unscathed in the end. You were saying, Mamchan?
Yeah, if Milon comes up into the circle and long off drops back, you're basically closing 2 areas off. The batsman would think twice in going over the offside, because the ball, of course, is turning away from it. It could allow for that. If he has to go over long on, he has to either chip or play across the line.
Full delivery. No use of the feet. Probably could have put that away if he had tried to get to it. But the over is finished. 21 bowled, 95 for 2.
Yeah, so 95 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago continues to go their merry way. The 2 men dismissed. Kyle Ramdu for 37. Justin Jagisar for 31. Good start Trinidad and Tobago got with those 2. So Guyana not really taking advantage of the assistance they're getting from the track at the moment.
I mean, as a batter, if I look up and I see the ball turning as much as it's doing here, and I see the field well spread, that's the easier option for me. If I look up and I see 4 men around the bat, and I'll be thinking twice about my shot selections, I know it'll be harder for me to pick up a single. So then I'll be thinking, okay, maybe I need to take an aggressive option.
Yeah, with the ball turning like this, I would have had a man just in front of the bat. So with the ball turning like this, and someone right in front of the bat, either silly mid off or forward short leg, the players will be reluctant to push forward for fear of getting an inside edge because the ball is gripping big like that.
Yeah,
So
and
they may be tentative in coming forward.
yes, I'll even be tempted to have a man really close to the wicket as well. Really close there for when he walks it off in hopes of it going back to that fielder. Nicely bowled and played there. And yes, I agree with you. Just have somebody in the eyesight on either side, whether it's silly point or short leg of the batter, just to have him second guessing his footwork. You almost feel like the good deliveries are being wasted. Just because of, and there you go, an easy single, 2 fielders back. Could have been another dot ball.
Yeah.
So as I was saying, you almost feel like the good deliveries that are being bowled are being wasted just because of the field setting. Just need to apply a bit more pressure to these batters in the middle of the Guyanese team.
There's no pressure at the moment. They can just have a knock. It's like having a knock in the nets.
So Sunday is going to continue, and he's going to continue to the same field. He's into his 7th over. He's the only wicket taker so far for the Guyanese team. It's nicely bowled by him. Well, on this occasion, they've decided to send back Isaac Thorne, who was previously in the circle. So another surprising change in the field.
It is even more relaxed now.
There you go, an easy single, easy batting here for these two in the middle, Rajiv Ramnath and Kisun Dath, sorry.
Too short. Isn't that could read it off the pitch there?
Yeah. It makes me wonder what the wicket taking plan is for the Guyanese team, because they do need wicket, but at this point in time, it looks as if they've accepted defeat. Played into the cover. Another easy single taken. Don't think the Trinidad team will be too bothered by this at this moment.
They can easily get to the target with shots like that.
Nicely driven there. It's nicely bowled as well from Sandia. 3 overs after this from him. I believe Rampasad might come from this end when he's through with his spell. I think we'll just be commentating this whole day. Easy single down the ground, easy single through the covers.
Yeah, it's gotten boring to be honest.
Skipper really needs to do something here to apply some pressure to these batters. They are 99 for 2 after 23 overs.
So the guy is really under the gun here at the moment. Trinidad and Tobago almost walking to victory here.
I'll understand the feel if I saw any of the batters attempt to hit the ball up and over. But I haven't seen that from any of the batters so far. It's walked again.
Quick hands there from Ramnath.
Yeah.
That's one of those one of the more talented of batsmen in the Trinidad and Tobago lineup.
All of the fielders, they're pumped up, they're animated out there, but nothing's really happening because it's really easy for the batters to pick up singles and knock the ball around without any fear of being dismissed.
I think it's just become a net session now, hasn't it? It's just become a net session.
It looks that way. The Trinidad batters, they just require 49 from 157 balls, so they can afford to just block some out and pick up the odd singles and offer. It's less than 2 runs per over they require. Walked into the gap. Think they'll pick up 2 here.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. It's just 1. I think the fielder did well to get off the boundary. Lovell on the boundary there. So, pick up another run in that over. And 24 overs have been bowled. 100 runs come up for the Trinidad team, 100 for 2. So much better batting from Trinidad. I must give them their plaudits for this, the way they've gone about this batting innings so far and coming into this match. I mean, things weren't looking so good for them, being dismissed in all 3 outings so far. So I must commend them for the way they've handled things today.
The openers gave them a good start, and that was important. Ramdu, he led the attack with 37. Jagisa supported well with 51.
Not a single. It almost feels like we're all waiting for something to happen. Except the batters, because they know they're going to get a single down the ground. They know they're going to pick up at least 2 runs and over, and that's all they require. The Guyanese and us as well, we're waiting for something to happen. This one is hit in the air, but it didn't land safe. If he had that fielder in the circle, could have taken an easy catch, but instead he's on the cover boundary. So they pick up another single. And they can well do that. Just pick their gaps, because there are a lot of gaps here at the moment. Almost feels as if they're chasing 300. It's just 147 for victory.
And it really needs to make things happen. I'm getting the impression that they're a bit short on the bowling reserves.
Nice single taken there by these 2. Good communication to pick up another single in the over. And that area can be peppered for a single. If you play with nice soft hands, it's quite easy to get it in the gap there and pick up a quick single once you communicate with the non-striker. So good calling by these 2. Tries to play across.
That there. Trying to make something happen, you think?
Maybe he's getting a bit bored with the proceedings and he tried to manufacture a shot there, but he'll do well with just hitting the ball down the ground and rotating the strike like they've been doing. Don't need to play that sort of shot at this point in time. It's better from him. Just flight it up. He decided he's not going to get drowned in honey.
Another over rolls along. Trinidad and Tobago well on their way to victory here. They are 103 for 2. And remember, they need to get to 148.
It's 25 overs bowled, and if you're just joining us, the Guyanese team, they won the toss. They decided to have a bat. They were dismissed for 46. Trinidad and Tobago in reply, 103 for 2. 25 overs have been bowled. The dismissed batters, Justin Jagasa, he made 31 of 55 deliveries. He was caught by keeper Shahid Vieira, and not Shahid Afridi, and bowled by Jeremy Sandia. Kyle Ramdu, he was bowled by Jeremy Sandia. He made 37 runs of 46 deliveries. The batters that's currently in, Rajiv Ramnath, he is 7 of 27, and Narad Kisundath, he's 10 of 22. At this point in time, the players and the umpires will enjoy a short water break. And we will refresh ourselves here. I don't know if my co-commentator, Osnet Kato, is ready to go up to the party. I see his legs pumping in the background there. So we'll take a short break and we'll be right back.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Annesville playing field. It's an encounter between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. Remember earlier this morning, Guyana, they won the toss, they elected to bat first. Never really got going in terms of their innings. The sort of momentum was sustained and they were all out for 146. And in response, Trinidad and Tobago, they put up an improved batting effort here. They're 103 for the loss of 2. So they require a further 44 runs, 45 runs actually. Quite a number of overs left to be completed, Stacey.
We see a change in tactics here after swept this one. They look for a quick single, it's not on. But a change in tactics, Osnet. We now see one fielder in the deep. That lone fielder is Thaddeus Lovell and the mid-wicket boundary, and they decided to bring all the fielders up. So I guess they had a chat after that drinks break.
Yes, a change of tactics here by the Guyanese team. I think the management might have had something to do with that. So, in the previous stint, he was speaking extensively about the defensive nature of the field. This one is pulled, but straight to the man there at short, fine leg. I'm not there. We're disappointed with that. It was a little bit short and turning away down the leg side. Shortish delivery, punch on this one, but straight to Thorn in the covers. So the Indian here looking to exert some sort of pressure and maybe tempt the batter into doing something that they're not comfortable doing. As he's working this one nicely there, Ramnath, for another single. He's up and running after the drinks break. 104 for the loss of 2 wickets. Short delivery is pulling this one behind square. Should be able to get a boundary there, Kisun that. And he does. So the first boundary for a while really. Haven't seen any boundary scoring options being afforded to the batters in the last couple of overs. But that was a short delivery there from Dindale and well played in the end there from Kisundat.
Yes, good execution from Kisundat. There was a man placed on the onside on the boundary. However, he played that a bit risky to get it behind him and pick up another boundary for his team. So good piece of cricket there. A loose delivery, but I mean, every now and again a loose one is bold, but if the field is set back, it'll just be a single, yes, but you're not picking up wickets. So I think this is the better field setting for the Guyanese team.
Yes, a delivery that really offered a scoring option there for the batter. And the batter took it with both hands. As we see, Sandia was being the pick of the bowlers this afternoon into his 9th over. Figures of 2 for 30 so far. So both wickets going to him. We'll be looking to add to that 4th column. The shortish delivery is punching this one over the man there at extra cover. Should get close to the boundary. We'll come back for a second there. Ramnath.
Yes. Too short and too wide, allowing the batter to free his arms and hit it up and over the infield to pick up 2. Didn't time it as well, or else it would have run into the boundary for 4, but it just slowed up on the way to that boundary rope. So that's what I've been saying about these Guyanese bowlers. Yeah, they haven't really been able to apply pressure, delivery after delivery, for 6 consecutive deliveries. You almost expect at least one or 2 of the deliveries are going to be boundary scoring deliveries.
Good observation there, Stacey. That is always to the benefit of the batter. If you know that at some point in time you'll be given a scoring opportunity, just a matter of taking advantage of that scoring opportunity whenever it comes along.
Yes, but they also, for some reason, they've been bowling and they somehow create those magic wicket-taking deliveries. But the field now being in the inner ring. Before that, they had the field well spread, but not a lot is happening at this point in time for these 2 spinners after the drinks break.
As another over comes to an end, getting through his overs very quickly there, Sandia. At the end of it, 110 for the loss of 2. So we saw a change of tactic from the Guyanese in terms of the Trinidad and Tobago team. Stacey, and what do you think they need to do in order to just take their first victory here this afternoon?
Well, they've been doing it quite well already. They've been putting away all the bad deliveries, just playing the ball and its merit. They only required 38 from 138 more balls. So just do the same things that they've been doing. So
poor delivery there from Dindale. Seen quite a bit of those creeping in the last couple of overs. Just pitching on the line of the next stump, turning further away.
Yes, so keep showing that intent to score, especially when there's a delivery there to put away. And they've been running quite well between the wicket. They've dropped and run nicely. They've communicated well, so they can continue to do much of the same to take them to victory.
There's no sort of pressure really on the Trinidad and Tobago batters. This one is pulled away effectively there. Should be able to get close to the boundary. This one, they come back for a second. So another shortish delivery there from Dindale. There goes kissing that again, just rocking back and pulling that one out to deep mid wicket. So another 2 runs added to the total.
Yeah, absolutely. Under no pressure at this point in time. The Trinidad batters.
Bit of tone this time there. So we've seen from time to time, whenever the Guyanese bowlers find the right line and the right length, they can actually trouble the batters, but it hasn't been sustained, as you mentioned before. So it's cut and straight to the man there at cover in the form of Thorn. He wasn't going to drop that at any point in time. A rather soft dismissal there from Kisundat. A short delivery, looking to punch it to the offside, hit it uppishly, and there was Isaiah Thorn with a comfortable catch in the end. So Trinidad and Tobago, they'll lose their third wicket. There's now 113 for the loss of 3.
Yes, and I think they owe that wicket to the field placement. Had they not brought up the field, that probably could have been a comfortable single, given how the field was spread previously, before the drinks break. So good piece of captaincy, bringing the field up, trying to apply pressure on the batter. Decided the only way he was going to score is up and over, though the inner ring, but a tall man there getting in his way, taking a nice catch to his left.
Some much needed breakthrough there for the Guyanese team. They will need to continue to chip away at the Trinidad and Tobago team. I mentioned wickets falling in clusters throughout the tournament. As we see Andrew Rambaran, the new batter, to the wicket. He had a good day with the ball. Figures of 4 for 23, I think, earlier in the day. So he'll be looking to bring that confidence from his bowling into the batting effort and just basically take Trinidad and Tobago home.
So left hand batter, bowls right arm spin. Left arm spin. So it's definitely an all-rounder, the position he's batting in. So it's really good to see the young man has ability with the bat as well after he performed so well with the ball.
So the field, you have a man at mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, short cover, man at square cover, backward point. A slip is there, it's been there all day. A short delivery this time from Dindial. The man at fine leg. And the only man out is the man at deep square leg. This one is on the line of the Austin turning away. Rambaran there just watching that go by to be taken by the wicket keeper. So the endeavour successful over there from Dindial. At the end of the 28th over, Trinidad and Tobago responding to Guyana 146, all out in the first innings. They are 113 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, and what has been good about the Trinidad and Tobago team so far, yes, they have lost 3 wickets, but they have managed to form partnerships along the way. The openers had a good partnership. Kisundat and Rajiv Ramnath, they also had a partnership before it was broken.
Partnerships are always going to be a key part of any cricket match. The partnership in bowling or batting. And as you mentioned, they got off to a good start, which is always critical. Lay the platform or the foundation. So just a matter of the middle order, just seeing the game through and ensuring that you don't give the opposition any sniff or any chance of coming back into the game. Sandia into his final over. Figures of 2 for 32 so far. It's been the pick of the bowlers for the Guyanese in this encounter. Flighted delivery there. Punched down the ground there by Ramnath.
Yes, and they decided to send that fielder back and allow him to get an easy single.
There's maybe a bit of inexperience on the part of Dindial as a captain.
Maybe they want to get the new batter on strike. That's the only positive I can see from that move, getting a new batter on strike now. And now they've squeezed in, they're calling in Isaiah Thorn into the circle from the long on boundary, and they're leaving that man out. A man just in front of square, as they've done throughout since the water break. So some tighter fields for Rambaran.
Rightfully so. Now come to the wicket. You need to get used to the conditions, the pace, the spin as well. As we see a bit of cloud cover really in the vicinity of where the rain normally comes from. That's something we have to keep an eye on. Trinidad and Tobago, we want to finish this game off as quickly as possible. They're taking minimum risk as well. For the 33 runs required.
Nicely driven, but the fielder is in his way. So that's a benefit of having the field up at this point in time. A new batter isn't going to get off the mark easily. This one is
Good
driven
shot.
distance.
Good shot there from Ramaran. Just piercing the gap. Getting close to the boundary. Should be able to come back for a second. A bit of slack running there as well. Big part of the ground. Both batters seem to be content with 2. So, the end of the 29th over. Trinidad and Tobago, they're 116 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, nicely played from Rambaran. Just playing it a touch later in comparison to the delivery before to ensure that he picked the gap on that occasion, which he did so quite nicely.
It's the end of a very good spell there from Sandia. It came in at a difficult time. Was able to bowl 10 overs, 2 for 43. 2 for 35, yes. And his captain will be pleased with the 2 wickets, but maybe just expected a bit more from him in terms of more wickets. Maybe that could have channeled the outcome of this game in the favour of Guyana team. Nevertheless, a good spell there from Sandia. As we see Dindial continue to operate from the Beckwith end. He has 1 for 11 so far, 5 overs. So a tidy spell without being overly threatening as Ramnath uses his feet this time. Get this one out to deep mid-wicket for a single. 1 more is added to the total. 117 for the loss of 3. His personal tally goes up to 12. This one is punched out to the man there at cover for no run. So Guyana here just trying to get back into this game by stringing a few tight overs together. I think wickets is what they will really need to make this more of a contest. A short delivery there. And Moran would feel that he missed out there on that opportunity. Gets it out to the man at deep mid-wicket for another single.
Yeah, it bounced quite nicely for him to put that away over that man's head at deep mid-wicket, really. But he wasn't able to make sufficient connection on that occasion. And
Flighty delivery outside the off stump. There goes Ramnath trying to pierce the offside field. Can't do so. Score remains 118 for the loss of 3. After this over, we'll give you an update of the other games taking place. Get that information to you soon as another over comes to an end. 30 overs completed. Trinidad and Tobago 118 for 3. Ramnath, he's there on 12 from 43 deliveries. Rambaran, he just came to the wicket, he's on 3. Trinidad and Tobago cruising here at the Arnesville playing field in pursuit of the Guyanese total of 146.
yeah, so that's the end of Sandia's spell, and Rampasad, as I suspected, Jonathan Rampasad is into the attack from the commentary booth end.
Yeah, so switch of ends for Rampasad really. In his first spell, about 6 overs. 7 actually. Thank you for that correction from our efficient scorers. So maybe the last throw of the dice here for Guyana. Trying to Let's get some breakthroughs, put a bit more pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago team. 7 overs for 19 so far, Rampersad. So pretty economical in his bowling. Definitely need something that fourth column for his captain. 119 for the loss of 3. He's hitting this one straight to the man there at mid-on, and it's dropped actually. So another case where a full toss might have done the trick. So Aulia Dindial fall into a juicy full toss. That occasion there, Ram not getting the type of connection he needed, and Yearwood there putting down that chance. Another full toss this time. He just managed to get it to evade Yearwood, and it makes its way into the boundary for 4. So the first occasion was a drop catch, but there was Ramnat taking advantage of that second gift, really, from Rampersad. He gets a boundary. It's now 123 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, the difference is he intentionally decided to get it over the fielders in the circle. So a good shot there from Ramnath.
Let's see. The weather continue to change here. We keep abreast of that. Some dark clouds really to our left, the area where the rain normally comes from. Also, some indication from our very efficient weather correspondent in the form of Mr. Alan Sukrukshank here with us as well. 123 for the loss of 3. The Trinidad and Tobago team would really want to finish this game off before any sort of interruption, as this one turns back sharply. I've seen quite a bit of that throughout the day, but just not sustained enough from the Guyanese spinners. So it's the end of the 34th over. Trinidad and Tobago, the 123 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yeah, that last delivery is what he was really searching for, Rampersad. He was just too full on 2 different occasions to the batter. He was tossing it up wide, hoping for that inward movement. However, it was just too full. On that occasion, he hit his length spot on, and it spun back in sharply to the right-handed batter.
For the signs that rain can be on its way, we see the groundsmen making their way across to the covers. So, for the 24 runs required here from the Trinidad and Tobago team, as we see Thorne back into the attack from the opposite end. It's really erratic in his first spell. Never really gave his captain the type of start that they were looking for. Gave over a few extras, as well as being hit a couple lusty blows from Ramdu through the offside. Figures of 5 overs to 38. Definitely not what you want from your leading fast bowler, trying to defend such a paltry total of 146.
Yeah, they've decided to use him from the backway end, hoping for better luck from that end. It was quite wayward, from the commentary booth end.
Better start, better line there from him. Started off proceedings with a 5 wides. Never really got his mojo, as they would say. It's a slip for him. Man at backward point, cover, long off. Mid on, mid wicket. Third man. This one is punched by Ramburan. A misfield there in the backward point region, and Trinidad and Tobago, as they've done throughout this innings, came back for second run.
Yeah, good run in between those two. The awareness from them, seeing the fielder run across there and him missing it, deciding that the second run was on.
I think the umpires have actually called on the covers. So just as we were saying, the weather seemed to have taken a turn for the worse here at the Annesville playing field. Bit of rain in the air. Trinidad and Tobago, they're 125 for the loss of 3 wickets. They require for the 22 runs in 112 balls. Rambaran, he's there on 6, and Ramnath, he's there on 16. So we have a short break in play here. at the Arnersville playing field. So what we'll do, take a small break here from the commentary box, and we bring back live action to you whenever that is possible.
to hear you want me to tell them?
Yes, please.
All right, no problem.
We started back now. We're not taking off anything.
All right, love.
Thank you.
All right.
Good afternoon to our viewers once again. Welcome back to the Honorsville playing field. As we get into the back end of this contest between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. Scores so far in the game: Guyana 146, Trinidad and Tobago they're 125 for the loss of 3 wickets. As we see Thorn, we're continuing from the backward end. Good start from him. Rambaran there beating for pace really. As we welcome back Stacey and Adams.
Yes, better execution from Thorn so far since his comeback. Rambaran, almost playing that one back into his stumps.
So 22 runs required, 112 deliveries. So all things being equal, it should be comfortable for Trinidad and Tobago. But based on the batting efforts we've seen so far in this tournament, nothing has been comfortable for the batters. As he's punching this one behind point, should be able to come back for a second. Yes, they do. So they're up and running after the rain break. 127 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yes, so Rajiv Ramnath, he's there still. He's 16 of 49 deliveries. And Andrew Rambaran, he's 8 of 13 deliveries.
So both of these batters would like to spend a bit of time in the middle. We mentioned the frailties of the Trinidad and Tobago's batting efforts so far in the tournament. So some time in the middle is key for these middle order batters.
Yes, I don't think they'll mind how things have gone for them so far today with the bat.
Short of a length delivery there. Was Rambaran trying to punch that one through the offside. Misses it completely. The wicket not showing the type of pace that we saw earlier with the new ball. That delivery being taken there by Vieira at his kneecap really.
Yeah, so the dismissed batters, just for your information, Justin Jagisa, he was out for 31 or 55 deliveries. He was caught by Shahid Vieira, bowled by Jeremy Sandia. Kyle Ramdu, he was bowled by Jeremy Sandia for 37 or 46. And Narad Kisondath, he was caught. Isaac Thorn, bowled Mavendra Dindyal, 16 of 27 deliveries. And the over is finished, and after 32, Trinidad and Tobago, they're 127 for 3.
Yes, the match really peating out into somewhat of a lull really. Not a lot happening out there in the middle. Trinidad and Tobago just taking their time in accumulating these remaining runs. Guyana team not looking all that brisk at the moment. As we see a new bowler, appears to be Ram Sami. Yes, number 29 on his back. Somewhat of a leg spinner. So just trying something different here, Guyana. Ram not on strike. I think he was the captain last year for the Trinidad and Tobago team in the 3-day tournament. Change of captain this year with Joshua Davis, the off spinner, taking up that mantle. The type of results they were looking for, but this win definitely will give them some confidence moving forward. As we see a long off, long on in place. This one is driven. Beating him on there at point. Yo, is it?
Yes, so Rivaldo Phillips there at point.
It's not the best of effort there from Phillips. That has been the case really in terms of the Guyanese feeling. Defending a small total, their ground feeling has been rather disappointing.
Yeah, and I'm surprised by the change at this end. Rampasad was operating quite well. He bowled previously at this end. They've decided to go with Ramsamy at this end. I'm not sure if it's a change of trying to get a change of end for Rampasad rather, because he's operating mainly from the backway end throughout this match.
So we'll see. They're interesting to see who comes from the other end. We saw Thorn before the break, and this one is a full toss. And Moran is punching it out to mid-off. 128 it is, Trinidad and Tobago. As we see an improvement in the weather conditions, had a sharp shower a while ago. Good drainage here at the Annesville playing field, so we were able to restart proceedings relatively quickly. A boisterous appeal there from the Guyanese team, a bit optimistic, I would say.
Yeah, it was hit outside the line for sure. Impact outside of the line of that one.
And again, trying to force that one through the offside. Not getting his timing right. No run added to the total.
Yeah, no, in no hurry here, the Trinidad team. They just require 19 from 104 deliveries. As we mentioned, spending time in the middle is crucial for them because they've been bowled out in their first 3 games that they've played. So spending some time in the middle can do well for them, looking towards that 3-day format later on this month.
Yes, I think both teams will be looking towards that tournament. They languish at the bottom of the table, really, of the 50 over tournaments. So not a lot can be achieved apart from just getting players into some sort of form. As we have another end to that over, 33 overs completed, 128 for the loss of 3 wickets. Appears to be Pawn. Number 71 on his back. Continuing from the Beckwith end. Hasn't had the best of these as we were mentioning earlier with the ball. PC want to put it right. Maybe get a couple of wickets here just to get back some confidence in his bowling.
It was a better over from him to start. Only 4 runs came off of it. Previously, he bowled 5 overs to 38 runs. So definitely a better showing in that last over, and he'll be looking to continue and take it even further in picking up a wicket for his team.
Short of a length. Trying to punch that one through the offside. Hasn't really been able to time the ball as he would like, Ramnath. Normally a very free scoring player. 17 from 50 deliveries so far. Not typical of his talent or his performance.
Yeah, well, that shot there, he tried to hit it really hard rather than place it through the gap. Could have picked up runs had he done that.
Once again, a bit rushed there. Played out to the man there at cover. So slowly but surely, I think the Trinidadian supporters will be saying, looking for that elusive first victory in this tournament. Once again, a delivery on the line of middle stump. I'm not looking to give himself a bit of room. Playing it out to the man there in the covers.
Yeah, he defended that one right off of his stumps. Showing his stumps to Pawn.
I think Guyana will be very disappointed with his performance, having coming off a big victory there against Barbados in the last round. They would have been looking to build on that type of performance, especially against a struggling, it must be said, a struggling Trinidad and Tobago team.
Yeah, they let themselves down with the bat, really. They weren't able to put on a competitive total. The wicket didn't seem to have any demons in it. They had good partnerships between Dindial and Ramnath, and then they basically gave it away after that. They had, good periods. Thaddeus Lovell was striking the ball quite well, but no one was able to hold on with him. Well, in the end, he was the last batter dismissed. So it's really a case of them not showing up with the bat today. I believe they would have been eyeing up a total of 180 plus, similar to what they did in that game against Barbados that had them being victorious in the end. So the score was really too low to put any sort of pressure. And then when they started with the ball, they were a bit wayward. especially Thorn. I don't think they would have expected him to be as wayward as he was. I think he'll be disappointed with his performance so far. That's why he's really running in hard here. He's hitting his line and lengths, hoping to pick up a wicket or two.
Well said. I was also curious at the decision to actually bat first in this game. We mentioned the frailties of the Trinidad and Tobago batting throughout the tournament. So having won the toss, I think it would have been a better decision to actually send Trinidad and Tobago to bat, because this was a batting lineup under pressure. So it was always going to be difficult for Trinidad and Tobago to start, given the conditions this morning as well, being a bit overcast.
Well, I think for them as well, Guyana, before that game against Barbados that they won, they too was struggling in the tournament, batting first. In that game, they managed to bat first against Barbados and score 179. So it probably was a case of not trying to change a winning formula, so to speak. Win the toss, put runs on the board, and hopefully squeeze the opposition. But it didn't turn out that way for them today.
As we're going to have a restart of proceedings, down there changing some footwear. A new size 14. Good shot of a length delivery as well to Ramnath. He's not the tallest of players. That one continue to climb on in. A bit. As Trinidad and Tobago remain on 128 for the loss of 3 wickets. For the 19 runs required. Another shot of a length delivery there from Ramnath, and backing away again. He seemed to like to give himself a bit of room to punch a ball through the offside. Not being able to pierce the gap on that occasion. A good comeback over there from Thorn. It was a Mano actually. And Trinidad and Tobago looking for 147 for victory. They're 128 for the loss of 3.
It's interesting there, back-to-back maiden overs from the Guyanese team. So exerting some pressure, maybe a little bit too little too late at this point in time. Trinidad just require 19 runs to win.
Yes, too little too late, they would say. As you mentioned before, the Trinidad and Tobago batting really under no sort of pressure at any point throughout this game. Especially after having such a platform with that opening stand. Rambaran is driving this one down to long off for a single. So that breaks the sequence of dot balls that we have seen since the restart of play. 129 for the loss of 3.
Yes, and we just mentioned 2 back-to-back maidens, and the next over, the captain has decided to spread the field.
This one is turning a bit. I would appeal there from the Guyanese fielders. I think that was actually hitting Ramnath in that uncomfortable area, as you call it. It's never a good thing being hit in that region. A bit of turn there for Ramsamy. Not again, not timing the ball as well as he would like. So a well spread it field once again, long on and long off in place. Skipper Dindial opting for that. As well as a deep mid wicket in place. Some strange tactics as we've been discussing all afternoon by the Guyanese team as it relates to field placing. This one is punched down to long on, a short delivery there. I'm not maybe would be a tad disappointed that he didn't manage to get more than the single. 130 for the loss of 3 wickets. This one is pulled behind square by Rambaran. And there, out that deep mid wicket, comes around and prevents second. So that's the end of the over there from Ramsamy. It's about 2 overs for 4 so far. And it's 131 for the loss of 3.
Yes, so far Ramburan seems to be quite prolific at playing that pull shot. He gets in position nicely and quick hands to whip it around to that onside.
So 16 runs required for the Trinidad and Tobago team to register their first win of this tournament. As a turn, it would be from the Beckway end. Just looking to delay this victory as long as possible, Guyana. Scoring rate has really plummeted in the last 10 overs or so. At one point in time with Jagasa and Ramdu, they were scoring at around 6 runs per over. This one is short again and a loud appeal and an inside edge, yes. So they break through there for Thorn. And Ramburan, a short of a length delivery, lifting, coming back with the angle and takes the inside portion of the bat. And a good catch again from wicketkeeper Vieira. So the Trinidad and Tobago, they lose their 4th wicket, 131 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, it was a short delivery. It didn't really rise as much as Ramburan expected, I believe. He got up on his toes. That one cutting between him and bat, getting an inside edge. It's a good catch by Vieira. A wicket against the run of play, really. The way things were looking, didn't appear as if we were going to get any action out of it. And all of a sudden, a wicket for the Guyanese team.
Yes, a much needed breakthrough. As we mentioned, Thorn would be looking to really provide a better spell here for his captain. Even though the chips are down and all seem to be lost, still important that you perform at a reasonable level. Be professional about what you're doing. And we're seeing that. We're actually seeing an improved spell here from him coming from that Beckway end.
Yes, the new batter in is Orlando James. I'd like to see the entire field up and ask my quick bowler to run in really hard and attack those stumps of Orlando James very early, attack the front pads. I don't know if he'll do that. I see the fielders going back, but that's what I'll ask my bowlers. I mean, you have to roll the dice here, so to speak. You have to find a way to pick up wickets. I mean, I never like to play a game of cricket and think 16 runs for the team to win, game over. I'll still be thinking, I need to find a way to pick up some more wickets here. 6 wickets to go. It's not impossible. We've seen it happen a number of times in international cricket nonetheless. So just put some pressure on the new batter in.
Short delivery there from Thorn. It's fended at that one. Goes down behind square for a single. So he's up and running, James.
It's not convincingly played by James, but no fielders were close around the bat to restrict him from getting that single. That's what I was saying. I've seen occasion where, I mean, hard to bring this up. West Indies needed 2 from 4 deliveries, 3 wickets in hand, and they ended up losing that game to South Africa. And I think I recall South Africa had 4 wickets in hand and needed 2 runs or 4 runs, something like that, and was bowled out by Sri Lanka in the end.
This one is played beautifully there by Ramnath. Just coming back and punching it really through mid-wicket for another single. So 133 for the loss of 4 wickets, Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, so a wicket just fell and they've managed to pick up 2 singles easily. So I was hoping for some more pressure some more fielders in the inner ring from the skipper. Not.
Short delivery there and quite uncomfortable there for James. Guyanese fielders all closing in on James.
Yeah, he had absolutely no idea about that one. Almost ducked into that short pitch delivery. All the fielders are telling him about it. So they're going to have a concussion test, a mandatory concussion test. It appears as if he's been hit on the helmet.
Second batter we have seen that situation with. Remember Ramdu earlier in his innings.
Actually, he just indicated to the physio that he was actually hit on his hand. So he's okay to continue.
So Thorn continues. James coming in at number 6. Somewhat of a promotion really for James. Saw him last year in the 3-day tournament. He was batting a bit lower. Number 8, number 9. So coming in at number 6 today is somewhat of a promotion for him. Didn't see him bowl today either. Normally a steady right arm seamer. This delivery is outside the off stump. Not getting the type of response from the wicket there, Thorn. Ball dying on its way to the wicket keeper. 14 runs required. Ton of overs remaining here at the Annisville playing field. This is umpire Joseph just fixing the stumps at the non-striker's end.
It's interesting that when Trinidad started bowling, they had a man under the helmet to Jason Agard running in left arm pacer. They were bowling some short stuff, and here you have a quicker bowler and a guy in his team, and there's no one close in under the back.
Good observation. That short leg is actually a bit deep as well. Short leg employed by Trinidad and Tobago. Well played there in the end by James. Another over comes to an end. 36 overs completed. Trinidad and Tobago looking to get 147, they're 133 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Yeah, good comeback from Isaiah Thorn. He went for 38 in his first 5 overs, and in his second spell, he's just gone for 6 runs, and he's picked up a wicket.
Yes, the captain would have been hoping that the second spell would have actually been a reflection of his first spell. That wasn't the case today, as both Trinidad and Tobago openers got off to a good start. They were aided by some pretty inconsistent bowling from Thorn as well. In terms of extras, loose deliveries. That's Ram Sami again. Quicker delivery this time. Batter there, Ram not picking up that one pretty quickly. And just plays it back up to the bowler. So the mid-off and the mid-on actually in. Captain seemed to be undecisive as it relates to those two fielders. We're seeing them in at times, and then at other times they're back on the boundary line. As another single is accumulated there by Ramnot. Moves on to 20. 63 deliveries. Not being the most glamorous of innings, but equally important in just batting through the innings and bringing home this game for Trinidad and Tobago.
You know, when 1 run is remaining to win, usually the field comes up. Why is that, Osnet? I know the answer, but why is that?
Get back to that after this delivery. Flighty delivery there from Ram Sami. I think that's where the point at where the fielding team actually gives up. They say don't give up until the last ball is bowled. Somehow, as a batter approaches a milestone or a game is basically lost, you see the field coming up.
And sometimes a team that's not willing to give up the fight, they say, you know what, the only way he's going to score a run, he has to hit it up and over, and that might produce a wicket-taking option for me. If he hits it up and over, all well, that ends well, game over. He's going to get a run anyways and win the game. In this situation, nice quicker delivery ball there by Zinal Ramsamy. You need 12 runs from 75 balls, so they are going to win the game, hitting it out to the fielders that's out on the boundary in any case. So why not try and attack them? I mean, I wanted it to happen maybe 15 overs ago, but you just picked up a wicket, so try still.
Good delivery there. I'm wondering if there was somewhat of an edge. Wicketkeeper Vieira gathering it cleanly. Another good over comes down in there from Ramsamy. And at the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago, the 135 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, good over there from Ramsamy. He had Orlando James a bit uncertain with his foot movement in the end there. So didn't see him bowling that last game against Barbados. I can't recall him bowling, but he's doing a job here for his team.
So 13 overs remaining. Trinidad and Tobago, they require further 12 runs. So required run rate of less than 1 run per over. As we're seeing the groundsman again making their way in the vicinity of the covers. I'm wondering if they spot some possibility of rain again. As we look to our left from our commentary box area, that area seems to be relatively clear. The sun is shining as well. But they will know the weather conditions here. The Honors will playing feel better than us. So let's keep our fingers crossed that we're able to finish this game.
Let's hope that they've just decided to stretch their legs a bit, get a little exercise, hasn't it?
And let's also hope that Trinidad and Tobago just inject a bit of urgency into their batting. Seems like a marathon really. 10,000 they're running. But then again, when you're not used to winning, as they have not been doing in this tournament, then maybe they just want to make sure that they don't make any sort of mistakes. I don't think the groundsmen look too worried though at this point in time. Seem to just be enjoying the view from that part of the ground. At least that's what I'm hoping. As Thorn again. Foolish length this time. The man there at square leg. He's been very busy so far in this innings. Lovell. Haven't seen him with the ball. Last game, I think he was the opening bowler. So the captain hasn't really called on his services today. I would like to think that, having seen the innings that he played, he might have been with a high level of confidence to come into his bowling spell, but that hasn't really materialized here this afternoon. He's walking this one down to the leg side there, James. Not getting it past wicketkeeper Vieira. Put down a difficult chance earlier, but overall I think he's been relatively tidy. As we see the groundsmen actually operating with a bit more urgency at this point in time, as you could see a bit of a drizzle coming across the ground as well. So apparently there's going to be another deliberate proceedings here as the umpire Joseph once again calls on the ground staff. The Trinidad and Tobago moving in a snail-like fashion here in pursuit of this target. 136 for the loss of 4. They require further 11 runs in 71 balls. So what we'll do now, we'll take a short break and we'll be back with you when the play resumes.
Oh,
Your body's dirty.
oh my. Oh. Oh. No, wala na. Wala. Vai valor take me hard for me see it boy. Còn thế này gì? Hello.
Yes, welcome back here at the Annisville Cricket Ground. And the news for you is that, according to the Duckworth-Lewis system, Trinidad and Tobago have won the game by 6 wickets. Your thoughts on proceedings here today, Osmet, briefly?
Well, after winning the toss and batting, it was a disappointing batting performance there from Guyana. They never really got their innings going and never really put up a substantial total on the board to really challenge the Trinidad and Tobago batting here today. But having said that, the Trinidad and Tobago, they batted well. They got a good opening stand, and they were able to just build on that opening partnership. And in the end, I think the more consistent team today won this encounter.
Yes, I agree with you. Well, the other games, I'll remind you, Jamaica won convincingly against the Windward Islands, and Leeward Islands also beat Barbados to register their second victory. So join us here on Wednesday, July 12th for round 5, where the Leeward Islands, they'll take on the Trinidad and Tobago team at Cyan Hill Playing Field. Barbados versus Jamaica here at Annisville Cricket Ground. And the Windwards versus Guyana will be at the Park Hill Playing Field. So thank you so much for tuning in, and do join us on Wednesday, July 12th.